Good evening. The files are open, and the lamp is already burning. Come in and close the door behind you, because tonight the files are the kind that were meant to stay closed. Not locked exactly, not forbidden, but hidden, deliberately, by the people who wrote them, put in places where finding them would require time and accident, and the particular quality of luck that makes a construction worker pause before swinging the sledgehammer, or makes a landlord look twice at the weight of a floorboard, or makes a clerk in a government archive notice that a folder has been misfiled in a way that is too precise to be a mistake. I am Alex, and this is the Dusk Files. And tonight, I am reading from the shelf I keep behind the others. The shelf you do not see when you first enter the archive, because it is in the shadow of the taller shelves, and because the files on it are not labeled with names or dates, but with descriptions of where they were found. In a wall, under a floor, inside a ship.
In a locked drawer. In the wrong section of a government archive. Each one hidden. Each one found. And between the hiding and the finding, years or decades or a century, the file sitting in its hiding place with the particular patience of a thing that knows it will be found eventually. Because the hiding place was chosen by someone who understood that hiding is not the same as destroying. That a wall will come down, and a floor will be lifted, and a ship will be broken, and a drawer will be opened. And the finding, when it comes, will be the right finding, at the right time, by the right person. There are a few brief advertisements at the start of tonight's recording. After that, nothing will interrupt you until morning. If this archive has become a place you return to, I would be grateful for a subscription and a like. And tell me in the comments where in the world you are tonight, because the files on this shelf came from many places, and I like to know that the people listening are equally scattered. I said at the beginning that the shelf I am reading from tonight is the shelf behind the other shelves, the shelf in the shadow. I want to return to this shelf because the shelf is the hiding place within the archive, the hidden within the kept, the second layer. Every archive has a shelf it does not show visitors. Every collection has a section that the curator hesitates before opening. The section where the things that do not fit the collection's public identity are kept. The things that are too strange or too personal or too unverifiable to be displayed alongside the official holdings. This shelf is the archive's own hidden hearth, the archive's night shift, the archive's bottom drawer. My shelf holds tonight's files. The diary and the notebook and the memorandum and the cards and the journal and the confession and the ledger and the map. 8 hidden things, each one found, each one brought to the archive, each one placed on the shelf that is behind the other shelves, the shelf where the archive keeps the things that the archive itself cannot fully explain. I do not explain them. I read them. The reading is enough. The reading is the keeping, and the keeping is the purpose, and the purpose is the shelf, and the shelf holds what the shelf holds, and the holding continues. I am opening the first file. Let's begin. The first file is in a tin box, not a filing box, not an archive box. A biscuit tin, the kind that held shortbread or butter cookies, rectangular, with a painted lid that shows a pastoral scene, sheep on a green hill, the paint faded to the colors of a dream. The tin was soldered shut, not sealed with tape or tied with string, soldered by someone who had access to a soldering iron and who wanted the contents to remain dry and airtight and untouched for as long as the tin held. The tin was found in 2011 inside the wall of a house in southern Vermont during a renovation that required opening the plaster to replace the knob and tube wiring. The electrician, a man named Garrison, whom I've spoken to by telephone, says he noticed the tin because it rattled when he pulled the lath away from the studs. The tin having been placed between the studs and covered with plaster, the plaster forming a smooth wall over it, the tin invisible from both sides.
hidden not in a cavity, but in the structure itself, part of the wall, sealed into the house like a message in a bottle sealed into the sea. Garrison broke the solder with a chisel. Inside the tin, wrapped in oilskin, were a diary and a small envelope containing seeds. The diary was written in English, with occasional passages in Italian, in a hand that mixed the two languages the way a bilingual person mixes them. Not translating, but thinking in both simultaneously. The Italian appearing when the English could not hold what was being said, the way a second language appears when the first one runs out of room. The diary belonged to a woman named Eloise Marchetti, and it covers the years 1923 to 1925, and it is the record of a garden that should not have existed, and that existed only at night, and that Eloise sealed into the wall of her house because the garden asked her not to tell. I will read you her diary now. I am writing this in the room my husband calls the morning room, though I have come to think of it as the evening room, because the mornings here are not mine, and the evenings are. The mornings belong to the house, which is his house, his design, his accomplishment. The house he built in Vermont to look like the palazzo his grandmother remembered from Florence. The arches and the terracotta, and the courtyard with the dry fountain that he intends to make work when the money allows. The house that is his love letter to a country he has visited twice, and that I grew up in and left at 20, and have not seen since. My name is Eloise Marchetti, born Eloise Bianchi in Florence in 1900, married in 1920 to Richard Marchetti of Burlington, Vermont, who is an architect and who builds beautiful things, and who does not understand, because understanding is not the same as building, that a beautiful thing in the wrong place is a particular kind of sadness, the sadness of something that reminds you of what it is not. The house is beautiful. The house looks like Florence the way a painting of Florence looks like Florence, which is accurately and not at all. The arches are the right shape. The terracotta is the right color. The proportions are the proportions that Richard studied in his books and measured in his 2 visits, and reproduced with the precision of a man who loves a thing he has seen twice, and who believes that precision is the same as presence. It is not. Presence is the smell of the stone in the afternoon heat. Presence is the particular quality of the light in the Via dei Bardi at 4 o'clock in October. Presence is the jasmine on my grandmother's wall, the jasmine that bloomed from May to September and that smelled of everything I mean when I say home, which is a word that English uses for the house you live in, and that Italian uses for something else entirely. Something that includes the house, but that is not the house. Something that is the house and the street and the light and the smell, and the particular way the air moves in the evening when the city is cooling after a hot day and the stone is giving back the heat it stored. I do not have home. I have a house. The house is in Vermont. Vermont is not Florence. This is not a complaint. This is a description. I planted a garden. This is what I do when I do not have home. I plant. In Florence, my grandmother's garden was a courtyard garden, walled. The walls old enough that the plaster had worn through in places, and the stone beneath was visible. And the garden grew in the shelter of the walls holding the heat of the day and releasing it slowly through the evening. The microclimate of the courtyard being several degrees warmer than the street outside. Warm enough for jasmine, warm enough for the particular roses that my grandmother grew. The old roses, the ones that smell of something deeper than roses, the ones that carry in their scent the accumulated history of every garden they have been grown in, which is a history that goes back to Persia and before. In Vermont, I planted what Vermont allows. Hardy things. Things that can survive the winters, which are winters that Florence does not know and cannot imagine. Months of cold so deep that the ground freezes to a depth that would kill any root that has not evolved for it. The cold killing not by a single assault, but by duration. By the sustained insistence of temperatures that go below freezing in November
and do not return above it until April. 5 months, half a year. The ground locked under ice and snow. The garden not sleeping but suspended. The life in it held in a state that is not death, but that is closer to death than any Florentine plant has ever been asked to approach. I planted what Vermont allows. And what Vermont allowed was not what I wanted, and what I wanted was not available. And the gap between the allowing and the wanting was the space I lived in for the first 2 years. The space of the immigrant who has made the practical adjustment and has not made the emotional one. The hands busy with the possible, while the heart holds the impossible. In the third spring, the spring of 1923, I received from my cousin in Florence a package of seeds. She had collected them for my grandmother's garden, which was by then my aunt's garden, the grandmother having died the winter before. And the seeds were an assortment. Jasmine, the night-blooming kind that my grandmother trained on the courtyard wall. The old roses, unnamed, the ones with the deep scent. Violets of the particular variety that grows in Florentine gardens and that I have never seen in any American nursery catalogue. And something my cousin labelled simply Fiori di Nonna, grandmother's flowers, which I did not recognise from the seed and which she did not describe further. I planted them, knowing they would die. I planted them because planting is what I do, and because the seeds had come from my grandmother's garden, and because planting seeds that will die is still planting, is still the act of putting something in the ground and giving it the chance, however slim, to become what it is meant to become. The jasmine would not survive a Vermont winter. The roses would not survive a Vermont winter. The violets might, if they were hardy enough, if the particular genetics of this particular Florentine violet included some ancestor that had known cold. I planted them in the sheltered corner of the courtyard, the corner that gets the most sun, and that the house protects from the north wind, the warmest corner of the warmest part of the garden, giving them every advantage I could, knowing it was not enough. They died. The jasmine first, blackened by a frost in late October that arrived 3 weeks earlier than the almanac predicted. The roses held until November, and then the cold took them, the canes going dark and brittle, the life in them retreating and then failing, the retreat having no destination, no depth of root that the cold could not reach. The violets lasted until December, and then they too were gone, the leaves turning to mush under the first heavy snow, the mush freezing and becoming part of the ground, the violet becoming Vermont, which is to say, dead. I mourned them the way you mourn things that you expected to lose and lost, with a grief that is not surprised but is not diminished by the not being surprised, the expected loss being no less a loss for having been expected. I left the bed where they had been, and I did not replant it, and the empty bed was a particular kind of space in the garden, the space where the impossible had been attempted and had failed. And I walked past it every morning and every evening, and the walking past was its own kind of ritual, the ritual of acknowledging what is not there. In April of 1924, 6 months after the last of them had died, I went into the garden at night. I should tell you why I went into the garden at night, because the why matters. I went because I could not sleep. This is the simple reason. The deeper reason is that I could not sleep because the wind that night was from the south, a warm wind, anomalous for April in Vermont. A wind that felt like the wind that comes through the windows of a Florentine apartment in the evening when the day has been hot and the city is releasing its heat and the air moves through the rooms with a quality that is not breeze exactly, but circulation. The city breathing out, and the breathing carrying with it the smells of the city, the stone and the dust and the cooking and the flowers, especially the flowers, the jasmine on the walls, the roses in the courtyards, the particular mixed floral smell of a city that has been gardening for 1,000 years. The wind that night in Vermont smelled of jasmine. I went into the garden. I went without a lamp because the moon was nearly full, and the moonlight in Vermont is, I must admit, something that Florence cannot match.
the air being cleaner and the sky being darker, and the moon arriving at the eye without the interference of city light. The moonlight bright enough to read by, bright enough to see the garden in full detail, the beds and the paths and the walls of the courtyard, and the corner where I had planted the seeds from my grandmother's garden, and where the seeds had died. The corner was not empty. I stood at the edge of the courtyard, and I looked at the corner, and the corner was full of green, full of growth, full of plants that I recognized, not from Vermont, and not from any nursery catalogue, but from my grandmother's courtyard in Florence, from the garden I had left at 20 and had not seen in 4 years. The jasmine was on the wall, climbing, the tendrils reaching for the mortar lines between the stones, the way jasmine reaches, with the particular intelligence of a climbing plant that has learned over centuries of cultivation to find the wall provides. The roses were in the bed, not the hardy roses that Vermont grows, the old roses, the deep-scented ones, the ones that carry Persia in their petals. The violets were at the base of the wall, in the shade, where violets belong. The particular Florentine violets, with the dark leaves and the small, intensely purple flowers that my grandmother called le piccole, the little ones. And the fiori di nonna, my grandmother's flowers, the ones my cousin had not described. They were there, in the center of the bed, and I recognized them now, by the plant rather than by the seed, by the silver-green leaves and the pale flowers that I had seen in my grandmother's garden every summer of my childhood, and that I had not thought about in years, had not remembered, had let the memory of them settle into the general memory of the garden without retaining the specific. They were lavender cotton, Santolina, a Mediterranean plant that belongs in dry, rocky soil in full sun, and that has no business being in Vermont in April. None of them had any business being in Vermont in April. None of them were alive in any sense that the daylight would confirm. I had walked past that corner that afternoon, and the corner was empty, bare ground, the residue of last year's planting still visible as a dark stain in the soil. Now, in the moonlight, in the warm south wind that smelled of jasmine, the corner was a garden. My grandmother's garden. The plants arranged as they had been arranged in the courtyard in Florence, the jasmine on the wall, and the roses in the bed, and the violets at the base, and the Santolina in the center. The arrangement specific. The arrangement remembered. The arrangement not mine, but hers. My grandmother's hand visible in the placement, the way her hand was visible in everything she grew. I knelt beside the bed. I touched the jasmine. The leaves were real. The texture was real, the slightly sticky surface of jasmine leaves, the particular quality of a leaf that is photosynthesizing, that is alive and working, converting light into sugar. Except that the light was moonlight, and the month was April, and the place was Vermont, and none of this was possible. I smelled the roses. They smelled of the old roses, not the bright, sharp scent of modern roses, which is the scent of a flower that has been bred for appearance and has sacrificed some of its depth in the breeding. The old scent, the deep scent, the scent that goes back to Persia and that has been accumulating in these particular cultivars for 1,000 years of gardening. Each generation of rose adding something to the scent being an inheritance, a thing that has been built by many hands and many soils and many suns, and that carries all of them in its complexity. The grandmother. I want to give the grandmother her moment, because the grandmother is the invisible gardener, the hand that arranges the night garden, the presence that Eloise recognizes not by sight, but by arrangement. And the recognition is the heart of the account. Eloise's grandmother is dead. She died the winter before the seeds arrived, the winter of 1922, in Florence, in the house where Eloise grew up, in the garden that Eloise remembers. The grandmother's death is the event that produces the seeds, the cousin collecting them from the grandmother's garden as a memorial, as a gift, as the particular Italian response to a death in the family
which is to give the living something of the dead to tend. The seeds being the grandmother compressed into the smallest possible form, the entire garden reduced to a handful of dark, round objects that can be sent across the ocean in a package. The grandmother's hand is visible in the night garden. Eloise says this repeatedly in the diary. The hand being not a physical hand, but a quality of arrangement, the particular way the grandmother placed the plants in relation to each other. The jasmine here and not there. The roses in this bed and not that bed. The violets at the base of the south wall, because the south wall provides shade in the afternoon. Every gardener has a hand, a signature, a particular quality of placement that is as individual as handwriting, and the grandmother's hand is visible in the night garden the way her handwriting would be visible in a letter, recognizably hers, unmistakably hers. The arrangement saying, "I made this. I am the one who placed these plants in these positions. I am the intelligence behind the beauty." The grandmother is dead, and the grandmother's hand is arranging a garden in Vermont. This is the impossible fact at the center of Eloise's account. The fact that she seals in the tin and hides in the wall. The fact that the daylight world cannot accommodate. A dead woman's gardening practice, persisting after the death of the gardener, producing in a courtyard 3,000 miles from Florence the specific garden that the specific grandmother maintained in the specific courtyard where the specific granddaughter grew up. The persistence of the hand. I think about this in the archive, in the context of all the other persistences in tonight's files. The persistence of the looms at Ashton Lane, weaving after the workers have gone. The persistence of the heartbeat on the frequency, playing after the listener has left the room. The persistence of the books on Agnes's shelves, appearing after Agnes has described them. The persistence of the night ports, appearing after the daylight has erased them. In every case, something persists beyond the conditions of its production. Something continues after the thing that produced it has stopped. The hand continuing to garden after the gardener has died. The looms continuing to weave after the weavers have gone home. The heartbeat continuing to play after the heart has been measured. The grandmother's hand. The oldest persistence in tonight's collection. A hand that has been gardening in Florence for decades. A hand that learned the placement of jasmine and roses and violets and Santolina over a lifetime of practice. A hand that developed its particular quality of arrangement through years of daily attention to the specific needs of specific plants in a specific courtyard with specific light and specific soil and specific air. This hand persists. This hand arranges the night garden in Vermont with the same quality it arranged the day garden in Florence. The hand does not know it is dead. The hand does not know it is in Vermont. The hand knows only the arrangement, only the placement, only the specific quality of care that a specific grandmother brought to a specific garden. And the caring persists, and the persisting is the garden, and the garden is real. I stayed in the garden until dawn. I sat on the stone edge of the bed, and I breathed the jasmine, and I looked at the moonlight on the roses, and I felt, for the first time since I had left Florence, the feeling of home, which is the feeling of being in a place that knows you, that has been arranged for you, that holds the specific things that your specific self requires in order to feel that the ground under you is your ground, and the air around you is your air, and the smell of the jasmine is the smell of your jasmine, the jasmine you knew first, the jasmine that is the standard against which all subsequent jasmine will be measured and found either matching or wanting. I want to describe the quality of those nights in the garden, because the nights are the heart of Eloise's account, and the heart deserves to be felt. A night in Vermont when the south wind blows. The air is different from every other night. Warmer, softer, carrying moisture from the south, from the coast, from the vast, warm body of the Atlantic that sits below New England and that sends its breath northward when the weather patterns align. The south wind in Vermont is not the cold wind that Vermont is known for, not the north wind from Canada that cuts through coats and walls and resolve. The south wind is a visitor, a temporary guest, arriving with apologies for the lateness and staying only a few hours before the prevailing north reclaims the air. On these nights, Eloise's garden appeared. Not on every south wind night, but on enough of them that the wind became a signal, a harbinger, the way the first smell of coffee signals the approach of morning.
Eloise learned to recognize the wind before she opened her eyes, lying in bed in the house her husband had built, the house that looked like Florence and was not Florence. And she would feel the quality of the air through the open window, and she would know, before she looked, that the garden was there. The garden was specific. This is the detail I want to emphasize, because the specificity is what makes the account more than a dream narrative. The garden was not a vague impression of flowers in the dark. The garden was her grandmother's garden, the particular garden she had known as a child, with the particular plants in the particular positions her grandmother had placed them. The jasmine on this wall and not that wall, the roses in this bed and not that bed, the violets at the base of the south-facing wall, because the violets preferred the shade, and the south wall provided shade in the afternoon when the shade was needed. Each plant in its specific position. Each position determined by a specific knowledge of the specific plant's specific needs. The arrangement was not generic. The arrangement was her grandmother's, and her grandmother had been dead for a year when the garden first appeared, and the appearance was a continuation. The grandmother's arranging persisting after the grandmother, in the way that a teacher's knowledge persists in the student's hands, the arrangement outlasting the arranger. Eloise sat in this garden on the south wind nights. She breathed the jasmine. She touched the roses. She felt the particular quality of being in a garden that was hers in the deepest sense. The sense that a place is yours, not because you own it or made it, but because you were made in it. Because the first gardenings you witnessed were these gardenings, and the first smells you smelled were these smells. And the standard by which you measure all subsequent gardens is this garden, this arrangement, this jasmine, this wall. The garden asked not to be told. Eloise mentions this without elaboration, and the not elaborating is itself significant. Because a writer who is willing to describe the impossible, to write about flowers that bloom in Vermont in November and disappear at dawn, draws the line at describing how the garden communicated its wish for privacy. The communication was real, but the mechanism was indescribable. Or, the mechanism was a feeling. And feelings are harder to write about than flowers. And Eloise, whose diary shows a gift for description that is rare in non-professional writers, chose not to describe this particular feeling, chose to say only that the garden asked and she promised. The promise led to the sealing. The diary sealed in the tin. The tin sealed in the wall. The wall covering the tin the way the dawn covered the garden, completely. The hidden thing, invisible from both sides. The diary waiting in the wall the way the seeds waited in the soil. The waiting being the keeping being the promise being the relationship between a woman and a garden that could not exist in the daylight, and that asked, in whatever way gardens ask, for the story of its existence to be kept, but not told, held, but not shown, sealed, but not destroyed. She included the seeds from the night garden, seeds that she collected from plants that would not exist in the morning, seeds from impossible flowers, seeds that carry in their genetics the code for plants that bloom in Vermont in November, and that grow in the dark, and that smell of Florence, and that are arranged by a dead woman's hand. She included them because the seeds are the proof. The seeds are the physical evidence. The seeds can be planted. The seeds, if they grow, will produce the garden, or a version of it, the version that the daylight permits, the version that exists in the ordinary world. the version that the seeds carry in their DNA, alongside whatever else the DNA of impossible flowers contains. The seeds in the tin. I want to return to them one last time, because the seeds are the physical bridge between the night garden and the daylight world, the thing that crosses the boundary, the evidence that can be held in the hand. Seeds are genetic instructions.
Each seed contains, in its DNA, the complete blueprint for the plant it will become,
The code that determines the shape of the leaves and the color of the flowers and the structure of the roots and the timing of the germination and the particular chemical composition of the scent. Every quality of the plant encoded in the molecules inside the seed coat. The code being complete, the code needing nothing but water and soil and warmth and time to execute itself, to unfold the compressed instructions into the three-dimensional reality of a growing plant. Eloise's seeds came from plants that existed only at night. The plants bloomed in the dark, in a garden that appeared when the south wind blew and disappeared at dawn. The plants were real while they existed, touchable, smellable, physically present, capable of being handled and examined, and, crucially, capable of producing seeds. The seeds were collected from real flowers. The flowers produced the seeds in the ordinary way, through pollination and fertilization, and the development of the embryo inside the seed coat, the reproductive process being the same process that every flowering plant uses, the same ancient mechanism that has been producing seeds for 300 million years. But the flowers were night flowers. The flowers existed in a garden that the daylight did not contain, and the seeds, removed from the flowers and placed in a paper packet and sealed in a tin and hidden in a wall, crossed the boundary that the flowers could not cross. The flowers disappeared at dawn. The seeds did not. The seeds remain, in a glass jar on a shelf in the archive, 90 years after they were collected, dark and round and real. What would happen if you planted them? I do not know. Eloise did not know. She included them as evidence, as proof, as the physical fact that survives the disappearance of the garden, the way a fossil survives the disappearance of the animal. The seed being the garden's fossil, the compressed record of a thing that was alive. If they grew, what would they produce? Jasmine? The old roses? The Florentine violets? Would they produce the daytime versions of these plants, the ordinary versions, the versions that Vermont allows? Or would they produce something else? Something that carries in its genetics the quality of the night garden, the quality of appearing and disappearing, the quality of being there when the wind is right and not being there when the wind is wrong. I do not plant them because the not planting is its own kind of keeping. The seeds, unplanted, hold their potential. The potential is the garden, compressed, encoded, waiting. As long as the seeds are not planted, the garden exists in the seeds, the way a song exists in the score before the musician plays it, the potential being as real as the actual, the unplayed song being as much a song as the played one. The seeds wait. The archive holds them. The potential persists. And somewhere in Vermont, on the nights when the south wind blows, the courtyard of a house that looks like Florence smells of jasmine. And the smelling is the proof that the seeds, if planted, would find their ground. I have the seeds. I have not planted them. I have them in a glass jar on the shelf beside the diary, and the tin with the faded sheep on the lid. The seeds are dark, round, real. They weigh what seeds weigh. They look like what seeds look like. And they came from flowers that bloomed in a garden that exists only at night, in a courtyard in Vermont that looks like Florence and is not Florence, except on the nights when the south wind blows and the air moves through the courtyard with the quality of circulation that a Florentine evening produces. And on those nights, the courtyard is Florence, and the garden is the grandmother's garden, and the jasmine is the jasmine, and the seeds are the seeds, and the real is the real, regardless of when it happens. At dawn, the garden went away. Not suddenly, not dramatically. The way a dream goes away, the details thinning as the light strengthens, the jasmine becoming less solid, the roses losing their depth of color, the violets fading into the soil, the Santolina dissolving into the bare ground. By the time the sun was fully up, the corner was as it had been the afternoon before. Bare, empty, the dark stain of last year's planting, nothing else. I went inside. I sat in the morning room. I drank my coffee. Richard came down and asked how I had slept, and I said well. And the saying was not a lie, because I had slept well, in a sense. I had been in a place of rest, even though the place was outside, and the rest was not sleep, but the particular quality of peace that comes from being in a garden that is yours, that knows you, that has been arranged for your specific comfort by the hands that first taught you what comfort is. The garden came back. Not every night. On the nights when the wind was from the south, which in Vermont is not common but is not rare, occurring perhaps once or twice a month in the warm seasons and less often in the cold. On those nights, when the air moved through the courtyard with the quality of Florentine circulation, the garden appeared in the corner, in the moonlight, the plants in their places, the arrangement the same, my grandmother's hand visible in the placement, the jasmine climbing, the roses blooming, the violets dark against the wall, the Santolina silver in the center. I went out to it every time. I sat on the stone edge and I breathed it and I was home, for the hours between the moon and the dawn, for the time that the south wind held, for the duration of the garden's existence, which was the duration of my need for it, which was as long as the night and as short as the dawn. I want to tell you about Florence, because Florence is the thing Eloise is missing, and the missing is the engine of the account, and the engine deserves to be understood. Florence is not a city the way most cities are cities. Most cities are places where people live and work and conduct their business and go home in the evening to their houses, and the houses are where the living happens, and the city is the infrastructure that makes the living possible. Florence is different. Florence is a city where the city itself is the living, where the streets and the buildings and the piazzas and the river are not infrastructure, but content, not the frame, but the painting. The city being not a container for life, but a form of life. A life that has been developing for 600 years and that has produced, in the accumulation of those centuries, a quality that is not available in any other city, and that is, for people who have grown up inside it, as necessary as oxygen. Eloise grew up in this. In the light that comes through the streets at specific angles at specific hours, the light being shaped by the buildings that the Renaissance arranged along the streets, the buildings determining the angles determining the light being a designed thing, a thing that architects and builders produced over centuries of deliberate arrangement. The light in the Via dei Bardi at 4 o'clock in October being as much a product of human craft as the Duomo itself. The light being architecture, the architecture being light. She left this at 20. She married Richard Marchetti of Burlington, Vermont, and she moved to a country that was not Italy, and a climate that was not Mediterranean, and a landscape that was not urban but rural. The hills and the fields and the forests of northern New England, beautiful in their own way, beautiful with the beauty of wildness rather than the beauty of craft, the beauty of a place that has been shaped by geology and weather rather than by 6 centuries of deliberate human arrangement. The house Richard built was a love letter to the thing Eloise had left. He built it with arches and terracotta and a courtyard with a dry fountain. The vocabulary of Florence translated into the materials of Vermont, the translation being earnest and skilled, and ultimately inadequate in the way that all translations of architecture are inadequate, because architecture is not a language that translates. Architecture is a language that is specific to its place. The arches of Florence belonging to the light of Florence, and the stone of Florence, and the air of Florence, and the same arches in Vermont belonging to a different light, and a different stone, and a different air, and the difference being the thing that Eloise lived inside, the gap between the translation and the original. The night garden was the original, not a translation, not a reproduction. The original, arriving in the courtyard of the translation on the nights when the wind from the south brought with it something of the air that the original existed in. The Mediterranean air, the Florentine air, the air that moves through courtyards in the evening, with the quality of circulation that stone walls produce when they have been warm all day, and release their warmth slowly into the cooling evening. On those nights, the courtyard in Vermont was not Vermont. On those nights, the courtyard was Florence, and the garden, the grandmother's garden, the jasmine and the roses and the violets and the Santolina, was the garden of Florence, the real garden, the original, arriving not as a memory or a dream, but as a physical presence, touchable, smellable, real, with the particular reality of things that grow and bloom and have scent and texture, and the specific weight of a living plant in the hand. Eloise sat in this reality on the south wind nights, and she was home. The word home, which English uses for the house you live in, and which Italian uses for something else, the something else being the place where the smell is right, and the light is right, and the air moves in the right way, and the plants are the plants that your earliest memory holds as the standard for all subsequent plants. Home. Not the house, the deeper thing. The thing that cannot be built by an architect, however skilled, however earnest, however in love with the idea of the place. The thing that can only be given by the place itself, arriving on its own schedule, in its own conditions, on the nights when the wind and the moon and the particular quality of the air align in the way that allows the original to pass through the translation and be itself. I did not tell Richard. This is a thing I want in the record because the not telling is part of the account. I did not tell him because the garden had asked me not to. I do not mean that the garden spoke to me in words. I mean that the garden had a quality of privacy that I recognized as a request, the way you recognize a closed door as a request, not a command, not a prohibition, but a signal that what is inside is not for everyone, that the inside is a private thing, and the private things deserve to be kept private. I kept it private. The 2 years I kept it private, the night garden appearing on the south wind nights, the jasmine and the roses and the violets and the Santolina, my grandmother's arrangement, my grandmother's hand. The garden that should not exist in Vermont and that did not exist in the daylight, but that existed, completely and really, and with the full weight of its scent and its texture and its color, in the moonlight, on the nights when the wind came from the right direction and the air moved through the courtyard with the quality of Florence. I am sealing this diary now. I am sealing it because I am done writing about the garden, and because the garden asked me not to tell, and I promised. And I am keeping the promise by sealing the telling inside a wall, where it will stay until the wall comes down. And the wall will come down someday, because all walls come down. And when it does, whoever finds this will understand, or will not understand. And the understanding or the not understanding will be theirs, and the garden will be mine. Mine and my grandmother's. Mine and the south winds. Mine and the nights. I'm including the seeds. They are the seeds from the garden, the night garden, collected on a September night in 1925 from plants that will not exist in the morning. The jasmine seeds are in the small paper packet. The rose hips are in the cloth. I do not know if they will grow. I do not know if seeds from a garden that exists only at night can grow in a garden that exists in the day. But they are real seeds from real plants, and the reality of them does not depend on the hour, and whoever finds this tin may plant them, if they like, in a sheltered corner and wait for a night when the wind comes from the south. The last thing I will write is this. I am not lonely in this house. I have the mornings, and Richard has the mornings, and the house has the mornings. But I have the nights, and the nights have the garden, and the garden has my grandmother's hand in it, and the hand is warm, and the warmth is real, and the real is not diminished by being impossible. That is where Eloise's diary ends. The seeds were in the tin. I have them still, in a small glass jar on the shelf beside the diary. The jasmine seeds are dark, round, the size of peppercorns. The rose hips are dried and hard, and the color of old brick. I have not planted them. I do not have a sheltered corner. I have an archive, and an archive is not a garden, though both are places where things are kept, and both depend on someone tending them, and both hold things that are older than the keeper. The electrician, Garrison, told me one more thing when I spoke to him. He said that the house in Vermont is still standing, that the courtyard is still there, and that the corner where Eloise planted the seeds from Florence is, at the time of his visit, the corner of the courtyard where the current owner has a garden. The garden grows, he said, ordinary things, hostas and daylilies, and the plants that Vermont allows. But the owner mentioned to Garrison, in passing, while the wiring was being done, that certain nights in spring and summer, the garden smelled of something she could not identify, something floral and complex and old, a scent that arrived with the south wind and departed with the dawn. She did not ask Garrison what it was. Garrison did not tell her about the tin. The wall that held the diary. I want to describe the wall because the wall is the hiding place, and the hiding place is not just a location but a relationship between the hidden thing and the thing that hides it. The wall of Eloise's house was built by her husband, the architect. The wall was plaster over lath over studs, the standard construction of the period, the studs being the skeleton and the lath being the skin, and the plaster being the face that the room saw, the smooth white surface that the room knew as the boundary of itself. The wall being the thing that made the room a room by separating inside from outside, warmth from cold, private from public. Eloise chose a specific stud bay for the tin, not a random space, a specific one, in the wall of the morning room, the room she called the evening room, the room where she sat and wrote the diary and looked out the window at the courtyard where the garden appeared on south wind nights. The tin was placed behind the wall of the room where the diary was written, the hiding place being in the room of the writing, the wall holding the story of what happened on the other side of the wall. In the courtyard, in the garden, in the night. The wall held the tin for 88 years. 88 years of plaster and paint and the ordinary life of a house. The rooms occupied by people who did not know what the wall contained. People who hung pictures on the wall and leaned furniture against the wall and walked past the wall 10,000 times without knowing that behind the smooth white surface, between the studs, wrapped in oilskin, in a soldered tin, with a faded pastoral scene on the lid, there was a diary and a packet of seeds, and the story of a garden that existed only at night. The wall kept the secret. The wall was the keeper. The wall did what walls do, which is hold things, and the holding was not strained by the strangeness of what was being held. The wall not caring what was inside it, the wall being indifferent to content. The wall holding the diary the way it held the wiring and the pipes and the insulation and the dust and the particular quality of cold that lives inside walls in Vermont in winter.
The cold that the room does not feel because the wall is between the cold and the room. The wall doing its job. The job being the holding being the keeping. When the electrician opened the wall in 2011, the keeping ended and the finding began. The wall gave up the tin, the way all hiding places give up their contents when the time comes. The time being determined by the hiding place rather than by the finder. The wall deciding, in the way that walls decide things, which is, structurally, that the wiring needed replacing, and the lath needed to come down, and the tin, which had been sitting between the studs for 88 years, was ready to be found. The electrician paused. This is the detail I return to. The detail that the electrician Garrison mentioned when I spoke to him. The pause. He was pulling the lath from the studs, and the tin rattled, and he paused. He did not have to pause. He could have continued pulling, could have swept the tin into the debris pile with the lath and the old plaster and the dust, could have sent Eloise's diary to the landfill with the construction waste. But he paused. The rattle caught his attention. The attention produced the pause. The pause produced the finding. The finding produced the keeping. And the keeping is the archive. And the archive is here. And the diary is on the desk. And the story is being read. And the reading is the end of the hiding and the beginning of the holding. The different kind of holding. The holding that is not a wall, but a voice. The voice reading the story aloud in the dark for whoever is listening. I set the diary on the desk beside the tin with the faded sheep on the lid, and I reach for the next file, which is not in a tin but under a floorboard, which is another kind of hiding, another kind of patience, another kind of faith that someone will eventually look down and wonder why this board is heavier than the others. The file is a notebook, small, leather-bound, with the particular smell that old leather has when it has been in a confined space for a long time. The smell of the animal the leather came from having concentrated over the years into something that is not unpleasant, but that is unmistakably organic. The notebook reminding you, by its smell, that it was once alive. The notebook belonged to a man named William Hart, who was a factory inspector in Manchester, England, in 1897, and who kept two sets of records. The official one, which documented violations and fines and the ordinary business of industrial regulation, and the secret one, which documented sounds. I will read you his secret notebook now. The Act of Inspection. I want to describe what it means to be an inspector, because the inspecting is what produced William Hart's quality of attention, and the quality of attention is what produced the secret notebook, and the secret notebook is what produced the account. An inspector looks at things. This is the simplest description of the job, and it is accurate. An inspector enters a space and looks at it with a quality of attention that is different from the attention of the people who occupy the space. The difference being that the inspector is looking for something specific, the inspector having a list, the list being the standard against which the space is measured, the space either meeting the standard or failing to meet it, the meeting or the failing being the content of the report. Hart had a list. The list was issued by the board, and the list specified the things an inspector was to look for in a textile mill: the condition of the machinery, the state of the ventilation, the hours worked by the operatives, the age of the youngest workers, the temperature in the sheds, the cleanliness of the floors, the accessibility of the exits. The list was comprehensive. The list covered every aspect of the factory that the board had determined was relevant to the health and safety of the workers. The list did not include sound. Hart added sound to his inspection on his own initiative, without the board's knowledge, without the board's interest. The adding was the beginning of the secret notebook, the beginning of the second voice in the fugue, the voice that ran beneath the official melody, carrying information that the official melody did not carry. The official melody was visual: look, measure, report. The second voice was auditory: listen, note,
remember. The two voices ran together for 2 years, Hart carrying both notebooks, the official one in his hand and the secret one in his pocket. The official one filling with the board's categories and the secret one filling with Hart's own categories. The categories of sound, the textures and the pitches and the rhythms. The sonic portraits of 140 factories in the Manchester district, each one unique, each one a voice, each one saying something about the factory that the visual inspection could not say. The two notebooks together describe the full factory. The official one describes the factory that the board sees, the machinery, the ventilation, the children. The secret one describes the factory that Hart hears, the voice, the depth, the particular quality of sound that a building produces when it has been running the same machines for long enough that the running has become the building's own quality. The sound not coming from the machines, but from the structure having absorbed the vibration and learned to produce it independently. The two notebooks are the two halves of the inspection, the visual half and the auditory half, the official half and the secret half, the daylight half and the nighttime half. Together, they describe the whole factory. Separately, they describe half of it, and the half that the board saw was the half that the board could accommodate, and the half that Hart heard was the half that required a hiding place, a floorboard, a space beneath the official surface where the unofficial could be kept. The official notebook is in a museum in Manchester, part of a collection of Victorian industrial records that historians consult for research into working conditions in the textile mills of the late 19th century. It is a valuable document, carefully written, full of specific observations about machinery and ventilation, and the number of children per floor, and the temperature in the weaving sheds at different hours. It is the kind of document that a conscientious inspector produces, thorough and orderly, the work of a man who took his job seriously and who understood that the purpose of inspection is not punishment, but improvement, the record being the instrument of the improvement, the thing that makes the invisible visible and the tolerated intolerable. The secret notebook is not in a museum. The secret notebook was under a floorboard in the building that housed the Manchester Factory Inspectorate from 1889 to 1912. The building having been converted to offices and then to flats, and then, in the demolition that exposed the floorboard, to rubble. The contractor who found the notebook recognized it as old and gave it to a local historian who kept it for 15 years and then sent it to me when she heard about the Dusk Files from a colleague, with a note that said, "This does not belong in any archive I know of. Perhaps it belongs in yours." It does. I will read it to you now, in William Hart's words. I have been keeping this second notebook for 2 years, and I have told no one about it, and I do not intend to tell anyone, which is why I am putting it here, under the floor, where it will stay until the floor comes up or the building comes down, and I will not be here for either event, and the notebook will have to speak for itself. My name is William Hart. I am an inspector of factories for the Manchester district. My work requires me to visit the textile mills and to observe and to report. The observation is of conditions, the state of the machinery, the ventilation, the hours worked, the age and health of the workers, the safety of the premises. The reporting is to the board. The board reads my reports and issues orders, and the orders are complied with or not complied with, and I visit again and observe again and report again, and the wheel turns, and the conditions improve, or they do not, and the improvement, when it comes, is slow, and the slowness is the thing that wears you down if you let it. But I do not let it, because I am a methodical man, and the method is the armor against the wearing. The second notebook is not about conditions. The second notebook is about sounds. I do not know when I began to listen. It was not a decision, not a moment I can point to and say, here is where the listening started. It was a gradual thing, a quality of attention that developed alongside the official attention,
The way a second voice develops in a fugue, running beneath the first, carrying its own melody. The first voice was the inspection, the machinery, the ventilation, the children. The second voice was the sound. Every factory has a sound. This is not a remarkable observation.
Anyone who has entered a textile mill knows that the sound is the first thing and the last thing, the thing that hits you when you open the door, and the thing that stays in your ears after you close it. The looms producing a collective roar that is not a single sound, but a composite of hundreds of individual sounds, each loom contributing its own clatter and thump. The shuttles flying, the heddles rising and falling, the beaters pressing the weft against the cloth. The entire mechanism producing a sound that is not music, but that has the qualities of music, rhythm and pitch, and the particular kind of variation that musicians call texture. I began to note the textures. In my second notebook, in a shorthand I developed for the purpose, I recorded the sound of each factory I visited, the particular quality of its composite roar, the pitch of its looms, the rhythm of its shuttles, the specific acoustic signature that distinguished this factory from every other factory in the district.
I did this because the listening had become a practice, and the practice needed a record, and the record needed a notebook, and the notebook needed to be separate from the official one, because the official one had no column for sound, and the board had no interest in the acoustic signatures of the mills it regulated. I visited, over 2 years, approximately 140 factories. I recorded the sound of each. The recordings are in this notebook, in my shorthand, and if anyone reads this after I am gone and wants to decode the shorthand, the key is on the last page. And the key is a set of symbols I developed from musical notation, each symbol representing a quality of the sound rather than a specific pitch. Because the sounds of the mills are not pitched sounds in the musical sense, but textured sounds. Sounds that have quality rather than note, and the quality is what I was recording. Now I will tell you about the mill on Ashton Lane. The mill on Ashton Lane was a small operation, 40 looms, a weaving shed on the ground floor, and a preparation floor above, operated by a family named Crew, who had been in the textile business for 3 generations. The official notebook records my visits to the mill. Conditions adequate, machinery in fair repair, ventilation below standard, recommendations made. The official notebook does not record what I heard, because what I heard was not within the scope of my duties. The mill on Ashton Lane had a sound that was different from the other mills in the district. The difference was subtle. A man who visited the mill once, in the daytime, during operating hours, would not have noticed it, because the difference was not in the volume or the pitch or the rhythm, but in a quality I have struggled to name, and that I will call, for want of a better word, depth. The sound of the mill on Ashton Lane had depth. It had a quality of being more than the sum of its looms, of containing, within the composite roar, a layer of sound that the 40 looms alone did not account for. I visited the mill 6 times in the course of my 2 years. Each time I noted the depth. Each time I tried to identify its source, standing in the weaving shed, with my official notebook in one hand and my ears open to the thing the official notebook could not hold. The depth seemed to come from below the other sounds, a low, continuous presence that the looms ran on top of, the way a bass note runs beneath a melody, the bass not part of the melody, but the foundation on which the melody stands. On my 6th visit, I stayed late. This was not unusual in itself. Inspectors sometimes remain after hours to observe the condition of the machinery when it is not in use, the stopped loom revealing faults that the running loom conceals. The crews left at 6. I remained, with their permission, to check the shuttle guards on the lower looms, which I had noted as potentially inadequate in my previous report. The factory went quiet at 6:15, the last of the workers departing, the door closing behind them. The sound of the looms ceasing with the particular quality of cessation that a textile mill has. The roar not dying away, but stopping. The shuttles halting mid-traverse, the heddles freezing in their frames.
the silence arriving not gradually, but all at once, the way darkness arrives when a lamp is extinguished. In the silence, I heard the depth.
Without the looms, without the clatter and the thump and the composite roar, the depth was audible on its own. A low, continuous sound that I felt in my chest as much as I heard in my ears. A vibration that seemed to come from the floor and the walls and the iron frames of the looms, from the structure of the building itself, the brickwork and the timber and the iron. The building producing a sound that was not the sound of machinery or of wind or of the street outside, but of the building itself. The particular frequency of a structure that has been vibrating with the looms for 40 years, and that has learned in that time to vibrate on its own. I stood in the weaving shed and I listened. The sound was steady. The sound did not change in volume or in pitch. The sound simply was. The way the building simply was. The bricks in their courses, and the timber in its frames, and the looms in their rows. All of it producing, in the absence of the workers of the operation, a sound that was the building's own voice. The voice it had before the looms were installed, and that it would have after the looms were removed. The voice of the structure, the voice of the material. The sound that brick and timber and iron make when they have been assembled into a form, and the form has been doing something for long enough that the doing has become the form's own quality. At 9 o'clock in the evening, 3 hours after the workers had gone, the looms started. I was sitting on a crate near the door, writing in my second notebook by the light of a lantern I had brought. The sound began not with the explosive clatter of a morning startup, when the power shaft engages and the looms come alive all at once, with the violent energy of machinery suddenly in motion. The sound began quietly, gently, the way a person begins to hum. A single loom producing a soft, rhythmic sound that was recognizably the sound of weaving, the shuttle moving, the heddles lifting, the beater pressing. But at a fraction of the volume and a fraction of the speed of the daytime operation, as though the loom were operating not at full power, but at a murmur, doing what it did during the day, but doing it quietly, privately, the way you do a thing in the evening that you have been doing all day, with less effort and more attention. I went to the loom. The loom was running. The shuttle was moving. The heddles were rising and falling. The cloth was being woven, the weft crossing the warp, the fabric forming, the mechanism doing everything it was designed to do. No one was operating it. The power shaft was disengaged. The belt that connected the loom to the line shaft was hanging loose. The loom was running without power, without an operator, without any visible source of the energy that was moving the shuttle and lifting the heddles and pressing the beater. Over the next hour, the other looms started. One by one, not all at once, each one beginning its own quiet murmur at its own time, the sound building in the shed the way an orchestra builds, each instrument entering at its cue, the composite sound growing, but remaining quiet, remaining at the murmur level, the factory producing not its daytime roar, but its nighttime whisper. The same work at a different volume, the same cloth at a different pace. Except it was not the same cloth. I went to the loom I had been standing at, and I looked at the cloth forming on the beam. The cloth the mill produced during the day was a standard cotton shirting, a plain weave in a medium weight, the kind of fabric that Manchester produced by the mile and that the world bought by the bolt. The cloth forming on the beam at 9:30 in the evening was not cotton shirting. It was finer, much finer. The thread count was higher than anything the loom should have been capable of producing, the weave tighter, the fabric emerging from the mechanism with a quality that I can only describe as luminous. The cloth catching the light of my lantern in a way that cotton does not catch light, the surface having a sheen, a quality of reflectance that suggested silk rather than cotton, except that the bobbins on the loom held cotton thread, the same cotton thread that the day shift had been using. The pattern. The daytime cloth was plain, no pattern, the simplest weave. The nighttime cloth had a pattern, a design woven into the fabric in a variation of the weave that I did not recognize from any textile I had seen in my years of factory inspection. A design that was subtle, visible only when the cloth was held at a certain angle to the light. A design of intertwining lines that formed shapes I could not name. Shapes that were not geometric and not floral, and not any of the categories that textile design of that period fell into. Shapes that seemed to be their own thing. A pattern that belonged to no tradition I knew. I cut a sample. I carry a knife for this purpose, the inspector's knife, for cutting samples of cloth to send to the board with reports on quality. I cut a 6-inch square of the nighttime cloth, and I put it in my notebook between the pages, and I left the factory. In the morning, I went to the mill. The looms were idle. The cloth on the beams was cotton shirting, plain weave, medium weight. There was no nighttime cloth. The beams held exactly what the beams had held at 6 o'clock the previous evening. No more. The night's work not visible, not present. The cloth that the looms had woven in the dark having gone wherever it goes when the daylight returns. I have the sample. It is in this notebook, between pages 34 and 35. The cloth is as I described it, fine, tight, luminous, with a pattern visible at an angle. I have shown it to no one. I have not included it in any official report. It is here, under the floorboard, with the notebook, with the key to the shorthand on the last page. I want to say something about what William Hart's discovery means for all the factories he inspected, for all the 140 mills in his district, because the discovery at Ashton Lane raises a question about every other mill, and the question is this: do they all work at night? Hart recorded the sounds of 140 factories. He developed a notation for each one, a sonic portrait, the particular quality of each mill's composite voice. He noted in his shorthand the qualities of each, the pitch, the rhythm, the texture, the presence or absence of that quality he called depth, the bass note under the clatter, the foundation under the roar. How many of them had depth? Hart does not say. The notebook is in shorthand, and the shorthand requires the key on the last page to decode, and I have decoded it, slowly, over several evenings in the archive. And what I have found is this. Of the 140 factories Hart visited, 23 had the quality of depth. 23 mills in the Manchester district that produced, beneath their ordinary industrial roar, the particular bass note that Hart associates with a building that has learned to vibrate on its own. A building that has developed its own voice through decades of operation. 23 mills. Hart visited only one of them at night. He heard only one night shift. He saw only one set of looms running without operators. He cut only one sample of the impossible cloth. But the shorthand in his notebook suggests that 22 other mills had the same depth, the same bass note, the same quality of a building that was more than its machinery. And the implication is that 22 other mills, on nights when the workers had gone home and the power shaft was disengaged and the silence of the closed factory descended on the shed, might also have started their looms, might also have woven their own cloth, might also have produced, in the dark, the fine, luminous fabric with the pattern of intertwining lines that no catalogue contained and no market ordered. 23 factories, 23 night shifts, 23 sets of impossible cloth, woven by looms that ran without power and without operators. The factories doing what factories do when factories are free to do what they want. The scale of it. Not one anomaly, but 23. Not one hidden thing, but 23. The hiding being not the exception, but the pattern. 1 in 6 factories in the Manchester district possessing the quality of depth. 1 in 6 factories having learned, through decades of operation, to operate on their own. Hart did not investigate the other 22. He investigated Ashton Lane because Ashton Lane was where the depth was deepest, where the bass note was strongest,
where the building's voice was most unmistakable. He investigated one, and the one was enough. And the one is in the archive, the notebook and the cloth sample, the evidence of a single factory's night shift, and the suggestion, in the shorthand of the notebook, that the single factory was not single. I keep the notebook with the cloth sample between pages 34 and 35, and I think about the other 22. The factories Hart did not stay late at, the night shifts he did not witness, the cloth he did not cut. I think about Manchester in 1897, the city of cotton, the city that clothed the world, the city whose mills ran from dawn to dark, producing the ordinary fabric that the ordinary world required. And I think about those same mills after dark, the power shafts disengaged, the looms silent. And then, in the silence, the starting, the quiet murmur, the looms beginning their own work, the work that was not for the market, but for themselves. The mills weaving in the dark, 1 in 6, 23 of them, across the city. The night shift, the secret shift, the shift that produced something finer and more beautiful than anything the day shift could produce. The beauty being the mill's own beauty, the beauty that the market did not order and did not receive and did not know about. The beauty hidden in the dark, in the cloth, in the pattern of lines that intertwine and that nobody can name. I went back to the mill on Ashton Lane 2 more times, both times remaining after hours, both times witnessing the same thing. The looms starting quietly after the workers left, running at a murmur, producing the fine cloth with the unnamed pattern. I did not interfere. I did not touch the looms or the cloth or the mechanisms. I sat on my crate and I listened, and I watched, and I wrote in my notebook, because recording is what I do, and the record is the armor, and the armor is what keeps a man sane when the world he is inspecting turns out to be larger than the forms he was given to inspect it with. I want to describe the sound portraits more fully, because the sound portraits are the heart of William Hart's secret notebook, and the heart has been beating in the margins of the account without being given its full moment. William Hart walked into factories and listened. This was not his job. His job was to look. His job was to measure the ventilation and count the children and check the machinery and note the violations and write the report. His job was visual, documentary, the work of the eye and the pen. The listening was extra. The listening was the second voice in the fugue, the voice that ran beneath the official melody, carrying its own information, its own beauty, its own kind of truth. Each factory had a sound. Hart recorded these sounds in a shorthand he invented, a notation system that borrowed from music but that was not music, the notation capturing quality rather than pitch, texture rather than note, the particular sonic signature of a specific factory on a specific day. He could tell factories apart by their sounds, the way a birdwatcher tells birds apart by their songs. Each factory being as distinctive as a species, the sound being the factory's identity, the thing that remained constant even when the machinery was changed or the workers were replaced. The sound being in the building rather than in the machines, the building having its own voice that the machines activated but did not create. The sound of the factory on Ashton Lane had depth. This is the quality that drew Hart's attention, the quality that made him return 6 times, the quality that eventually led him to stay late and to witness the night shift. The looms starting on their own, the impossible cloth forming on the beams. The depth was there from his first visit, a bass note under the other sounds, a foundation under the clatter. The depth being the building's own voice, the voice that the machines ran on top of, the voice that persisted when the machines stopped, the voice that was the building itself, the brickwork and the timber and the iron vibrating at a frequency that was not the frequency of operation, but the frequency of existence, the frequency of being, the frequency a building produces when it has been standing in the same place and doing the same thing for long enough that the doing has become part of the being. The night shift was the building's response to its own voice. The looms, starting on their own, were the building answering its own frequency. The machinery responding to the vibration that the building produced. The response being the weaving being the building's own work. The work it did when the human work was done. The work that produced not the cloth the market wanted, but the cloth the building wanted. The fine cloth, the luminous cloth. The cloth with the pattern of intertwining lines that was not any pattern from any catalogue, but was the building's own pattern. The building's own voice, translated into fabric. The frequency made visible in thread. I think about this when I think about all the hidden files in tonight's collection. Each one is a voice. Each one is a frequency. Each one is a building vibrating at its own pitch in the hours when the human operators have gone home, and the building is free to be itself. The garden in Eloise's courtyard is the courtyard's own voice. The books in Sonia's library are the library's own arrangement. The frequency on 14.775 MHz is the listener's own heartbeat. The cloth on the looms is the factory's own weaving. Each hidden thing is the thing itself, the voice of the place, the frequency of the structure, the pattern that the building would produce if the building were free to produce what it wanted. The hidden things are not foreign. The hidden things are native. The other places speaking in their own voices, in the hours when the places are alone. And the hiding is the protection, and the finding is the hearing, and the hearing is the archive, and the archive holds the voices, and the holding is enough. The last entry in this notebook, which I will make now before I put it under the floor, is this. The factory on Ashton Lane works 2 shifts. The day shift produces cotton shirting for the market. The night shift produces something else, for someone else. And the something else is finer and more beautiful than anything the day shift makes. And the someone else is not a person I can identify or a market I can name. The factory at night works for itself. The looms weave what the looms want to weave. The cloth they produce is the cloth they are capable of, which is more than the cloth the market asks of them. And the more is beautiful, and the beauty is a secret. And I am putting the secret under the floor. That is where William Hart's notebook ends. The sample of cloth is in the archive. It is between pages 34 and 35 of the notebook, a square of fabric approximately 6 inches on each side, and it is as Hart described it. Fine, tight, with a quality of luminosity that cotton does not ordinarily possess, and a pattern, visible at an angle, of intertwining lines that form shapes I cannot name. I want to say more about the cloth, about the sample that sits between pages 34 and 35 of William Hart's notebook, because the cloth is the physical evidence, and the physical evidence deserves to be described with care. I have handled the cloth. I took it from the notebook carefully, lifting the pages to expose the 6-inch square, and I held it in the lamplight of the archive and looked at it, and I will tell you what I saw. The cloth is fine, finer than any cotton I have encountered, and I have encountered, through the files of the archive, a variety of textiles from various periods and places. The thread count is beyond what I can estimate by eye, the individual threads too fine to distinguish without magnification, the weave so tight that the fabric appears, at first glance, to be a solid surface rather than an interlocking of threads, the way a lake appears to be a solid surface rather than an assembly of molecules, the components too small and too numerous to be individually perceived. The quality Hart called luminous is real. The cloth catches light in a way that cotton does not catch light. Cotton absorbs and scatters, the surface being matte, the fibers having a roughness that disperses the light in every direction. This cloth does not disperse. This cloth gathers.
The light that falls on it seems to concentrate rather than scatter, the surface having a quality of reflectance that is closer to silk than to cotton, but that is not silk. The reflectance coming not from the smoothness of the fiber, which I cannot assess without a microscope, but from the tightness of the weave. The threads packed so closely that the surface approaches the condition of a mirror. A soft mirror. A mirror that reflects not an image, but a quality of light. The pattern. Hart described it as visible at an angle, and this is accurate. When you hold the cloth flat and look straight down at it, the pattern is not visible. The surface appears uniform, the luminous quality evenly distributed. But when you tilt the cloth, when you angle it so that the light strikes it obliquely, the pattern emerges, the intertwining lines becoming visible as variations in the weave, areas where the thread passes over and under in a different sequence, the different sequence producing a different reflectance, the different reflectance producing, at the right angle, the pattern. The lines intertwine. They are not geometric in the sense that the patterns of industrial textile design are geometric, not repeating units, not symmetrical modules arranged in rows. The lines flow. They curve and cross and curve again, the paths having the quality of something organic, something that grew rather than was designed, the way the paths of a river system grow rather than are designed, each path following the contour of the land rather than the intention of a planner. The pattern in the cloth has this quality. The lines follow contours that are not the contours of any land I know, but that are recognizably contours, recognizably the traces of something that moved through a medium and left its path in the medium, the way a river leaves its path in the land. I do not know what the pattern represents. I do not know if it represents anything. It may be simply what it appears to be, which is a weaving, a pattern produced by a loom working at night without a human operator. The loom weaving not what the market requires, but what the loom itself produces when the market is asleep and the loom is free. The pattern being the loom's own expression, the loom's own voice. The thing the loom would weave if the loom were asked what it wanted to weave, rather than told what it had to weave. The cloth has been between pages 34 and 35 for over 100 years. It has not degraded. The luminosity has not faded. The pattern is as visible at an angle as it was the night Hart cut it from the beam in the dark factory on Ashton Lane. Whatever the cloth is made of, whatever quality the nighttime weaving gave to the cotton thread that the daytime had not given, the quality persists. The cloth holding its condition the way the oldest manuscripts hold theirs. The material outlasting the expectations of the material. The cotton being more than cotton. The way the factory at night was more than a factory. The next file did not come from a wall or a floor. It came from a government archive, from a section of the archive that was not supposed to be accessible, from a folder that was misfiled in a way that placed it among documents cleared for public access when the folder itself was classified, the misplacement being either an error by a filing clerk or a deliberate act by someone who wanted the document to be found, but who could not openly release it and who chose instead the quiet sabotage of the filing system, placing the folder where it would be found by anyone who was looking in the right section for the wrong thing. The document is a memorandum written in 1961 from an unnamed radio engineer at a signals monitoring station in the Kazakh Soviet Socialist Republic. The memorandum is addressed to the Technical Directorate of the Ministry of Communications and is stamped in red ink that has faded to a color between pink and brown, with the classification marking that translates approximately as recommended for deletion from the record. It was not deleted. It was misfiled. And the misfiling brought it to me, through a chain of researchers and archivists and one retired intelligence analyst who collects Cold War curiosities and who recognized in the memorandum something that was not a curiosity at all, but a genuine anomaly that the bureaucracy had tried to make disappear and that the filing system, in its own quiet way, had refused to let disappear.
I will read you the memorandum now. To the Technical Directorate, Ministry of Communications. Subject: anomalous signal detected on unassigned frequency. Classification: for internal review only. I am submitting this report against my better judgment, and in full awareness that the content will be regarded as irregular. I submit it because the regulations require the reporting of all unassigned frequency activity detected by the monitoring network, and because the activity I am reporting is real, verified, reproducible, and unexplained, and because the failure to report it would constitute a dereliction of the duty I am sworn to perform, which is the monitoring of the electromagnetic spectrum within the territory of the Soviet Union. I will not give my name. The regulations do not require it for technical reports of this classification, and I prefer that the report be evaluated on its technical merits rather than on the reputation of the reporter, because the content of the report is such that the reputation of the reporter will not survive the association. I am a radio engineer. I have been stationed at this monitoring facility for 4 years.
My qualifications are adequate to the work, which consists of scanning the assigned frequency bands for unauthorized transmissions, recording and cataloguing the transmissions detected, and reporting anomalies to the Directorate for evaluation. The work is routine. The work is important. The work is, on most days, unremarkable. On the 14th of March, during a routine scan of the shortwave band between 14 and 15 MHz, I detected a signal on a frequency that is not assigned to any known transmitter. The frequency is 14.775 MHz. It is not in the International Frequency Allocation Table. It is not assigned to any military, civilian, or scientific transmitter in the Soviet Union, or, to my knowledge, in any other country. It is, as far as the records available to me indicate, an empty frequency, a frequency on which nothing should be broadcasting. Something is broadcasting on it. The signal is not voice. It is not code. It is not any form of modulated transmission that I am trained to recognize. And I am trained to recognize all forms of modulated transmission currently in use by any nation. The signal is, in the technical sense, silence. The frequency is active. The carrier is present. The transmission is occurring, but the content of the transmission is silence. I must be precise about what I mean by silence, because silence in radio terminology is distinct from silence in the colloquial sense. Colloquial silence is the absence of sound. Radio silence is the absence of modulation on an active carrier. The carrier is present. The frequency is occupied. Energy is being transmitted. But the energy carries no information, no voice, no code, no data. The energy carries silence. Except that the silence has structure. I detected the structure on the 3rd day of monitoring, when I'd been listening to the frequency for approximately 18 hours across 3 shifts. The structure is in the pauses. The silence on the frequency is not continuous.
It is interrupted by pauses, moments of true absence in which the carrier drops and the frequency goes dead, and then the carrier returns and the silence resumes. The pauses are irregular in their spacing, but regular in their duration. Each pause lasting approximately 0.8 of a second, the consistency of the duration being the first thing that suggested to me that the structure was intentional rather than accidental, that the pauses were part of the transmission rather than artifacts of atmospheric interference. I recorded the transmission on magnetic tape. I analyzed the tape using the standard equipment available at this facility. I measured the intervals between the pauses and I plotted them, and I looked at the plot, and I saw what I did not want to see. The intervals between the pauses varied. They varied in a pattern. The pattern was not regular in the way that machine-generated patterns are regular, not a fixed interval repeated, not a code, not a timing signal. The pattern was irregular in the way that biological patterns are irregular, the intervals varying within a range, the variations having the quality of something organic, something produced by a system that is alive. a system whose outputs vary because the system itself varies, the way a heartbeat varies, the intervals between beats changing with the breathing and the exertion and the emotional state of the person whose heart it is. I measured my own pulse. I sat at the monitoring desk with the tape playing and a stopwatch in one hand and my other hand on my wrist, and I measured the intervals between my own heartbeats, and I compared them to the intervals between the pauses on the tape. They matched. Not approximately, not within a margin of error. The intervals on the tape were my heartbeat. The frequency was transmitting my pulse back to me, in silence. The pauses in the silence falling at the exact moments my heart contracted. The structure of the silence being the structure of my cardiovascular system. The transmission containing, as its sole content, the fact of me. I verified this by asking a colleague to listen to the frequency while I left the room. My colleague reported that the intervals changed when I left. He measured them against his own pulse. They matched his. We tested with 3 additional operators over the following week. In each case, the intervals between the pauses in the silence on 14.775 MHz matched the pulse of the person listening. The frequency was transmitting the listener's heartbeat back to the listener. The content of the transmission was the listener. I am reporting this because the regulations require it.
I am recommending that the frequency be monitored and that the phenomenon be investigated by the appropriate technical authority.
I am also noting, for the record, that I attempted to jam the frequency using the standard jamming equipment available at this facility, and that the jamming was unsuccessful. The frequency cannot be jammed. The signal cannot be interrupted. The silence continues. Content of transmission: the listener. The silence on the frequency. I want to give the silence its own moment, because the silence is not nothing. The silence is the medium in which the heartbeat is transmitted, and the medium is as remarkable as the message. Silence on a radio frequency is not the same as silence in a room. Silence in a room is the absence of sound, the air undisturbed, the molecules at rest, the ear receiving nothing. Silence on a radio frequency is the presence of energy without information. The carrier wave active, the transmitter broadcasting, the electromagnetic field oscillating at 14.775 million cycles per second, the oscillation filling the space between the transmitter and the receiver with energy that carries nothing. The energy being the medium and the nothing being the message. Except that the nothing is not nothing. The nothing has structure. The nothing has pauses. The pauses fall at the intervals of the listener's heartbeat. The nothing is the listener. The silence is speaking. The silence is saying, you. The silence is transmitting the fact of the listener back to the listener. The most intimate possible message delivered in the most minimal possible form. A pause in the silence. A gap in the nothing. The gap being shaped like a heartbeat. Your heartbeat. The gap being the portrait of you drawn in the absence of everything else. The engineer tried to jam the frequency. The jamming failed. The silence cannot be interrupted. The frequency cannot be silenced. This detail, which the memorandum mentions in a single sentence, is perhaps the most significant detail in the account, because it means the frequency is not a transmission in the ordinary sense, not a signal that can be blocked or interfered with or turned off. The frequency is something else. The frequency is a condition of the spectrum, a place on the dial where the electromagnetic field behaves differently, a point where the universe has installed a mirror that reflects not light, but presence. The presence of whoever is looking into it, the mirror showing you yourself, the showing being the silence being the showing. Content of transmission: the listener. The mirror shows the viewer. The frequency plays the listener. The hidden thing reveals the finder. In every case, in every file tonight, the hidden thing, when found,
shows the finder something about the finder. The garden showing Eloise her own longing for home. The factory showing Hart the depth of his own listening. The library showing Agnes the reach of her own imagination. And the frequency, most directly of all, showing the engineer his own heartbeat. The most fundamental fact about himself. The fact that he is alive. The fact that his heart is beating. The fact that the beating has a rhythm, and the rhythm is his, and the frequency knows it. I think this is what all the hidden things in the archive are doing. They are showing us ourselves. The hiding is the preparation. The finding is the looking. And the looking produces the seeing. And the seeing is you. You, the listener. You, the finder. You, lying in the dark, wherever you are. Your heart beating at its own particular rhythm. The rhythm that the frequency on 14.775 megahertz would play back to you if you tuned the dial to that point and listened. The silence, speaking your name in the language of pauses. The pauses shaped like your heart. The heart being the content being you. The memorandum ends there. The classification stamp says, recommended for deletion from the record. The frequency was not deleted. The silence continues. I do not know what broadcasts on 14.775 megahertz. I do not know whether the frequency is still active, whether anyone is still listening, whether the silence still contains the heartbeat of whoever leans close to the receiver and tunes the dial to that particular point between the stations. I know only what the memorandum says, which is that a radio engineer in Kazakhstan in 1961 found a frequency that transmitted the listener back to the listener, and that the finding was classified, and that the classification was a form of hiding, and that the hiding failed because the memorandum was misfiled, and the misfiling was found, and the finding brought the memorandum here, to the archive, where hidden things come when they are done being hidden. I want to dwell on the books that appeared, because the appearing is the miracle, and the miracle deserves its full weight. Agnes described a book on her card. Title, author, pages, first sentence, one-line description. The description was specific. Not a novel about love, but a novel about a woman who plants roses in a garden that her dead husband designed, told in 12 chapters corresponding to 12 months, beginning in March. The prose spare and clear, the ending ambiguous but warm. This level of specificity is what Agnes brought to every card. The specificity of a librarian who understands that a catalogue entry is a portrait, the portrait of a book, and that a portrait must be detailed enough that someone who has not met the subject can recognize them when they do. A reader asked for the book. The reader walked into the library in a small town in Wales and asked the librarian for a book by title, a title that existed only on a card in a locked drawer, a title that Agnes had heard rather than invented, a title that belonged to a book that did not exist. Agnes went to the shelf. The book was there. I want you to feel the weight of that moment.
A woman who has spent years writing cards for imaginary books walks to the shelf where the imaginary book would be if the imaginary book were real. And the book is real. The spine is there, the title is there, the author's name, the name Agnes made up, is on the spine in printed letters. The book is a physical object. The book can be taken from the shelf and held and opened and read. The book has pages, the number of pages Agnes wrote on the card. The book begins with the first sentence Agnes heard and wrote down. The book is real. How does a book become real? This is the question Agnes does not ask, in the same way that Margaret Clay does not ask what the bones are. The not asking is the wisdom. The not asking is the respect for the thing that has happened, the refusal to reduce the happening to an explanation.
the understanding that the explanation would be smaller than the event, and that the event deserves to be held in its full size. Agnes held the event in its full size. She catalogued the appearing books alongside the always books, treating them with the same professional care, shelving them in their due positions, circulating them to readers, maintaining them as part of the collection. The appearing books were library books. They had library bindings. They had library stamps. They had library card pockets in the back. They were, in every physical particular, books that had been published and distributed and acquired and catalogued in the ordinary way. Except that they had not been. They had been described on cards, and the describing had summoned them, and the summoning was the appearing, and the appearing was as ordinary as shelving, as ordinary as stamping, as ordinary as any act in a library's daily life. 4 out of 5. Agnes's success rate. Approximately 80% of the books she described on her cards appeared on the shelves when asked for. The 20% that did not appear might have been cards whose descriptions were not specific enough, or whose reader's need was not sufficient, or whose time had not yet come. The book being a thing that exists potentially in the card, and that requires the actual asking to become actual. The way a seed exists potentially as a plant, and requires the actual planting to become actual. 412 cards. 330 books on the shelves when the drawer was opened after Agnes died. 330 books that did not exist before Agnes described them, and that exist now, on the shelves of a library in Wales, available to anyone who asks. The catalogue running ahead of the shelf, the describing preceding the existing, the card preceding the book, the way the blueprint precedes the building. Except that no one built the books, no one printed them, no one bound them, no one shipped them. The books simply being there, on the shelves, in their due positions, waiting for the reader who would ask. I wanted to stay with the frequency for a moment longer, because the frequency is the strangest file in tonight's collection, and the strangeness deserves to be fully rendered. 14.775 megahertz, a frequency on the shortwave band between the amateur radio allocations and the fixed service allocations. A frequency that no transmitter is assigned to. A frequency that should be silent, that should contain nothing but the hiss of cosmic background and the occasional pop of atmospheric static. The frequency being, in the language of radio engineering, unoccupied. Except that the frequency is occupied. The carrier is present. The energy is being transmitted. The frequency is active. Something is broadcasting on 14.775 megahertz, and the something is broadcasting silence. Structured silence. Silence with pauses. The pauses falling at the intervals of the listener's heartbeat. The engineer measured his pulse, and the frequency matched. His colleague measured his pulse, and the frequency matched the colleague's. 5 operators, 5 different pulses, 5 different patterns of pauses in the silence, each pattern matching the person who was listening. The frequency adjusting its content to the listener, the transmission being not a fixed signal, but a responsive one. The frequency listening to the listener and transmitting the listening back. Content of transmission, the listener. This sentence from the memorandum is the sentence I find myself returning to most often in the archive. 5 words. The content of the transmission is the listener. The thing being broadcast is the person who is receiving the broadcast. The signal is the receiver. The message is the ear. I think about what this means for the other files in tonight's collection. Eloise's garden was Eloise. The garden that appeared in the courtyard was not a generic garden, not a random assortment of Mediterranean plants. The garden was Eloise's specific memory, Eloise's specific childhood, Eloise's specific grandmother's specific arrangement. The garden's content was Eloise. The garden was transmitting Eloise back to herself. The looms on Ashton Lane were weaving the factory.
Not cloth for the market, not cloth for any external purpose. Cloth for itself. The pattern in the cloth was the factory's own pattern, the factory's own voice. The thing the factory would produce if the factory were free to produce what it wanted, rather than what the market required. The content of the night's weaving was the factory. Agnes's catalogue was the library. The books that appeared on the shelves were the books the library wanted to hold. The books that the library's own intelligence, if a library has an intelligence, would have chosen for its collection. The books that completed the library's picture of itself. The books that the library needed in order to be fully the library it was. In every file tonight, the hidden thing is the thing itself. The garden is the garden. The factory is the factory. The library is the library. The frequency is the listener. The hidden thing, when found, reveals not a foreign element, but a deeper version of the familiar. The thing underneath the surface of the thing thing would be if the thing were free to be fully itself. This is what hiding means. Not concealing something foreign, but protecting something native. The native thing being too fragile, or too strange, or too true for the ordinary world. The hiding being a form of keeping. The keeping being a form of love. The love being the particular love that says, this is what you really are. And the really is too much for the daylight, so I will keep it here, in the wall, under the floor, inside the hole, in the locked drawer, on the frequency that no one is assigned to. And the keeping will be the caring, and the caring will hold until the finder comes.
The lamp is steady, and the hour is deep. And there is one more file on this side of the night before the bridge. It came from a library, which is fitting, because libraries are the original archives, the places where things are kept by people whose profession is keeping, and the things that are kept in a library include, sometimes, things that the library itself does not know it is keeping. The file is a set of catalogue cards, handwritten, from the library of a small town in Wales, written by a woman named Agnes Morrow, who was the librarian for 33 years and who kept, alongside the official catalogue, a second catalogue, a shadow catalogue, an index of books that did not exist, or that did not exist yet, or that existed only because Agnes had described them on her cards with enough specificity and enough care that the describing became a kind of summoning, the card calling the book into being, the way a name calls a person into the room. I will read you her file now.
I have been librarian at this library since 1934, and I will be librarian until I die or until I cannot climb the stairs, whichever comes first. And in the 33 years of my keeping, I have maintained 2 catalogues, and the one the town knows about is not the interesting one. My name is Agnes Morrow. The library is small. The town is small. The collection is approximately 4,000 volumes, which is a number I know precisely because I have catalogued every one of them, each book receiving a card in the official catalogue, the card recording the title, the author, the Dewey number, the date of acquisition, the condition, and the location on the shelf. The card being the book's identity in the system, the thing that makes the book findable, the bridge between the reader who wants the book and the shelf where the book waits. The second catalogue began in 1939, the first year of the war, when the book supplies stopped delivering and the collection stopped growing, and the shelves held what they held, and nothing new arrived. I was 30 years old, and I had been librarian for 5 years, and the library was my world, and the world had stopped sending new books to my world, and the stopping was a kind of grief, the grief of a keeper whose collection has ceased to accumulate, the way a gardener grieves when the season ends and the growing stops. I began to imagine books. Not stories, not plots, not the kind of imagining that a novelist does. I imagined books as objects. I imagined them the way a librarian imagines them, which is to say, I imagined their catalogue cards. Title, author, number of pages, publisher, date of publication, first sentence, a one-line description of the contents,
I wrote these cards, and I filed them in a separate drawer. The bottom drawer of the catalogue cabinet. The drawer that held the cards for the periodicals we no longer subscribed to. The drawer that no one opened because the periodicals were gone, and the cards for them were irrelevant. The books I described on these cards did not exist. I want to be clear about this because the clarity is the point. The titles were titles I invented. The authors were names I made up. The publishers were publishers that did not exist. The dates of publication were dates in the future. I was writing catalogue cards for books that had not been written and might never be written. Books that existed only on the cards, only in my handwriting, only in the bottom drawer of the catalogue cabinet in a small library in a small town in Wales. I wrote the first sentences. This is the part I want to dwell on, because the first sentences are where the cards became something more than an exercise in imaginative cataloguing. The first sentence of a book is the book's voice. The first sentence is how the book introduces itself, how it says, "I am this kind of book. I speak in this kind of voice. I am going to take you to this kind of place." A good first sentence contains the whole book in miniature, the way a seed contains the whole plant. I wrote first sentences for my imaginary books, and the writing was not inventing, it was hearing. I sat at my desk in the library, and I listened for the first sentence, the way you listen for a name you have forgotten, knowing it is there, knowing the shape of it, waiting for the shape to fill with sound. The cards accumulated. Over the years, over the decades, the bottom drawer filled with them. Hundreds of cards, hundreds of books that did not exist, each one described with the specificity of a real catalogue entry, each one having a title and an author and a number of pages and a first sentence that I had heard rather than invented. Each card being a record of a book that the library did not hold, but that the library, in some sense, knew about. The way you know about a person you have not met, but have heard described by someone who has. In 1952, 13 years after I began the second catalogue, a reader asked for a book by title. The title was one I recognized. Not from the official catalogue, from the bottom drawer. The reader asked for a book that existed only on one of my cards. A book I had imagined. A book that had no author and no publisher and no physical existence anywhere in the world except on a 3x5 card, in my handwriting, in the bottom drawer of the catalogue cabinet. I did not tell the reader that the book did not exist. I told the reader I would check. I went to the shelves. I went to the section where the book would be if the book existed. The section indicated by the Dewey number I had assigned to the card, the number being as imaginary as the rest of the card's content. I went to the shelf. The book was there. It was there, on the shelf, in the position the Dewey number indicated. A book with the title the reader had asked for, by the author I had invented, published by the publisher I had made up, with the number of pages I had written on the card, and beginning with the first sentence I had heard rather than invented. The sentence that had come to me at my desk in the library 13 years ago, and that was now on the first page of a book that was on the shelf of my library. A book I had not ordered and had not received, and had not catalogued in the official system, and that was nevertheless there. I gave the book to the reader. The reader read it. The reader returned it. I shelved it. It remained on the shelf. A real book, a physical object, a book that could be held and opened and read and returned. A book that had not existed and that now existed. The existence having been, as far as I could determine, produced by the card. The description summoning the described. The catalogue entry calling the book into being, the way a prayer calls a blessing into being. Not by magic, but by the particular quality of attention that consists of describing something so specifically and so carefully that the specificity and the care create a space for the thing to occupy, and the thing
finding the space prepared for it, arrives. I tested this. Over the following 15 years, I checked. When a reader asked for a book from the bottom drawer, a book that existed only on my cards, I went to the shelf, and the book was there. Not always, not every time. Approximately 4 times out of 5. The 5th time the shelf was empty, and I told the reader the book was checked out, and the reader went away. And I wondered whether the book would arrive eventually, or whether 1 in 5 was the rate of failure, the rate at which the summoning did not work. The description not being specific enough, or the space not being prepared enough, or the reader's need not being sufficient to call the book across whatever distance it had to cross. I want to dwell on the first sentences, because the first sentences are where Agnes's practice becomes something more than cataloguing, where the describing becomes the summoning, where the card becomes the book. A first sentence is a promise. The first sentence of a novel promises the reader a voice, a world, a particular quality of attention that will be sustained for the duration of the book. The first sentence of Agnes's card is the same kind of promise, except that the promise precedes the book, the promise being made before the book exists, the promise being the thing that calls the book into existence, the voice arriving before the speaker, the world arriving before the world. Agnes heard the first sentences. She did not invent them. This distinction matters because invention implies construction, the assembling of words in a deliberate order for a deliberate effect. And what Agnes describes is not construction, but reception. The sentences arriving at her attention the way a melody arrives at a musician's attention. From somewhere. From the place where melodies live before they are heard. The place where the music exists as potential before the instrument converts the potential into sound. The first sentences lived somewhere before Agnes heard them. This is what her account implies. The implication being not mystical, but practical. The practical implication of a librarian who writes first sentences on cards and finds, years later, that the sentences have become the openings of real books. The sentences existed before the books. The sentences were there, available, in whatever space first sentences occupy before they are written. And Agnes's listening brought them into her ear, and her pen brought them onto the card, and the card brought them into the catalogue, and the catalogue brought them into the library, and the library, when asked, produced the book that began with the sentence that Agnes had heard before the book was written. The space where first sentences live before they are written. I think about this space often, in the archive, on quiet nights when the lamp is burning and the files are open, and the silence in the room has the quality of potential, the quality of something that is about to become something else, if the right attention is brought to bear on it. I think the archive is in that space. I think the archive occupies the same territory as the unwritten first sentences, the territory of the potential, the territory where things exist before they are found, where hidden things wait for their finders, where the catalogue runs ahead of the shelf. Agnes's library contains all the books that will ever be written. The catalogue just runs ahead of the shelf. This is her final statement. And it is, I believe, literally true. True not as a metaphor, but as a fact. The fact being that a library, any library, is not merely a collection of the books it currently holds, but a potential collection of all the books it could hold. The shelves being not full, but open. The space on the shelves being not empty, but waiting. The waiting being the library's relationship to the future. The library always having room for the next book. Always having a Dewey number for the thing that has not yet been written. The system being larger than any collection that could fill it. Agnes heard the system. Agnes heard the library's potential catalogue. The catalogue of everything the library could hold. The infinite catalogue. The catalogue that runs ahead of every shelf in every library in the world.
She wrote it down.
412 entries. 412 books that the library's potential included and that the library's actuality, when asked, produced. 4 out of 5. The library produced 4 out of 5. The harbour log was found in the body of the ship itself, not in a cabin or a storeroom, or any of the places where a ship's documents are ordinarily kept, but in a cavity between the inner planking and the outer hull, a space that should not have contained anything except the oakum caulking and the bilge, a space that the shipwrights who broke the Aurelia for scrap in 1907 would not have looked at if one of them had not noticed, as the planking came away, that the space behind it was too wide, that someone had built a false panel into the hull, a panel that looked from the inside like the ordinary planking of the ship, and that concealed, in a cavity approximately 18 inches deep and 4 feet long, a leather-bound journal, wrapped in oilskin and sealed with wax.
The journal covered the years 1882 to 1884,
2 years of voyages in the Mediterranean and the Eastern Atlantic, and it was written by the ship's first officer, whose name on the manifest was Giorgio Falcone. And he wrote in a mixture of Italian and English, the Italian for the personal passages and the English for the navigational details, the 2 languages weaving through the journal the way the ship wove through the sea, the language changing with the content, the Italian carrying the feeling and the English carrying the fact. I will read you his journal now. I am keeping this record because the official log does not contain what needs to be contained, and because the official log is the captain's document, and the captain has chosen not to record what I am about to record, and because a ship that sails 2 routes should have 2 logs, and the second log is mine. My name is Giorgio Falcone.
I am first officer of the merchant vessel Aurelia, 300 tons displacement, home port Genoa, operating a trade route between the western Mediterranean ports and the Atlantic coast as far north as Bordeaux. The Aurelia carries wine southbound and cork northbound, and whatever else the agents find to fill the holds. The trade being the ordinary Mediterranean trade of the period, small cargoes between small ports, the profit being in the volume rather than the value. The ship making its living the way a carter makes his living, by going and by carrying, and by arriving and by going again. The route is the route. The ports are the ports. Genoa, Marseille, Barcelona, sometimes Tangier, sometimes Lisbon. The clockwise circuit of the western Mediterranean that the Aurelia has been sailing since her keel was laid, and that the captain knows the way a carter knows his road. Every harbour and every anchorage and every headland and every current and every lee shore. The knowledge being in the captain's body, the way Kellem's knowledge was in his body. The route held by the person who sails it, rather than by the charts that describe it. But the Aurelia sails a second route, at night, in the hours between midnight and dawn, when the watch is mine and the captain is asleep, and the crew, the 4 of them, are in their hammocks or at the helm as the watch requires, the ship changes course. I do not change the course. The ship changes itself. The helm moves. The sails adjust. The Aurelia turns from whatever heading the day's sailing has set, and points herself toward a bearing that is not on any chart I have, and that leads, across water that looks the same as any other water, to a port that is not on any chart anyone has. The first time this happened, I was afraid. I want that in the record, because the record should be honest, and honest means including the fear. I was standing at the helm on a clear night south of Sardinia, the stars out, the sea calm, the ship on a heading of 210 degrees, making 4 knots in a light southwesterly, and the helm moved under my hands. Not a gust, not a current, not the ordinary forces that move a helm. The helm moved with intention, the wheel turning to port with the deliberate quality of something being steered. The ship answering the helm the way she always answers. The bow swinging, the sails adjusting themselves, the sheets running through the blocks without a hand on them.
the entire rigging of the ship reconfiguring itself for the new heading, the way a bird reconfigures its wings for a new direction. I held the wheel. The wheel continued to turn. The ship continued to swing. And I understood, in the way that a sailor understands the things the sea teaches, which is physically, in the body, in the hands on the wheel and the feet on the deck, that I was not in command. The ship was in command. The ship knew where it was going, and the ship was going there, and my choices were to fight the helm, which would damage the mechanism, or to let the helm go, which would let the ship go where the ship wanted to go. And I let the helm go, because a first officer who fights his own ship is a first officer who does not understand what a ship is. And what a ship is, I had just learned, is more than a vehicle. The port appeared at 3 in the morning. A harbour lit with lamps, the lamps reflecting on the water in the way that harbour lamps reflect, the long, shimmering lines of light on the calm surface, the light saying, here is a place, here are people, here is the arrangement that people make when they live near the water and want the water to bring them things. A quay, a breakwater. Buildings behind the quay, the dark shapes of warehouses and what might have been houses, the architecture indistinct at the distance of the approach, but unmistakably real. Unmistakably the architecture of a working port, a place where ships come and go, and cargo is loaded and unloaded, and the business of maritime commerce is conducted. The Aurelia entered the harbour as she enters any harbour, under reduced sail, the approach careful, the depth uncertain. The water in the harbour was deep enough. The quay was built of stone. The bollards were iron. The mooring lines were thrown and caught by men on the quay, men whose faces I could not see clearly in the lamplight, but whose hands knew what they were doing. The lines made fast with the particular efficiency of people who have been handling ships' lines for a long time. We unloaded cargo. This is the part I find most difficult to record, because the recording makes it ordinary, and it was not ordinary. It was the strangest thing I have witnessed in 20 years at sea, the normality of it being the strangeness. The cargo coming out of the hold in the usual way, the longshoremen carrying the crates and the barrels down the gangway in the usual way, the manifesting and the tallying being done in the usual way, and the cargo being cargo, goods, things with weight and volume and value, and the goods being goods I did not recognize. The wine we carried southbound was wine, red, in barrels, the ordinary trade. The cargo we unloaded at the night port was not wine. It was in crates, sealed, the contents not visible. The crates were lighter than wine crates. The wood of the crates was a wood I did not recognize. Pale, almost white, with a grain I had not seen in any timber port in the Mediterranean. The nails in the crates were not iron. I touched one. Copper, or something like copper, with a warmth to it that iron does not have. We loaded cargo in return. Different crates, different weight, the loading being as businesslike as the unloading. The longshoremen working with the same efficiency. The ship settling lower in the water as the new cargo came aboard. The weight of the new cargo being greater than the weight of the old. The ship adjusting her trim in the way she does when the hold is filling. At 4:30 in the morning, the lines were cast off and the Aurelia departed the harbour, and the ship came about and set a course back to the heading she had been on when the helm first moved, and the sails adjusted themselves, and by dawn the ship was on her original course, making her way toward whatever port the captain had chartered for the day. And the harbour was gone, the sea behind us empty. No harbour, no quay, no breakwater, no buildings, no lamps, no longshoremen. The water where the harbour had been being the same water as the water everywhere else. Unmarked, undifferentiated, the sea keeping its own counsel. I want to describe the night cargo more fully, because the cargo is the physical evidence of the night ports, and the physicality deserves its full rendering. Giorgio opened one crate. He pried the lid with a marlinspike, the tool of the sailor, the pointed iron bar that a first officer carries the way a shepherd carries a crook, the tool being an extension of the hand, and the hand being the instrument of curiosity, and the curiosity being the thing that makes a man pry open a crate of unknown cargo in the forward hold of a ship that is sailing a route he did not chart. Inside the crate, wrapped in cloth, was something. The something is what I want to attend to, because the something is the thing that Giorgio could not describe, and that I cannot describe either. And the inability to describe is itself a kind of description, the description of the edge of language, the place where words run out, and the only honest thing to do is say, I cannot say what this is. He says it was not fabric, not metal, not wood, not glass. He says it had qualities of all of these. He says it was smooth and warm and the color of something between gold and grey that changed with the angle of the light. He says the surface had depth, the color going down into the material rather than sitting on top. I have tried to imagine what Giorgio held in his hands in the forward hold of the Aurelia at 4 a.m, with the ship sailing back toward its daylight course and the night port already gone behind them. I have tried to imagine a material that is smooth and warm and that changes color with the angle of the light, and that has depth in its surface, and that is not fabric or metal or wood or glass. I cannot imagine it. The vocabulary does not produce the image. The words reach for the thing, and the thing slips between them, the way water slips between fingers. The thing being there, but the holding being impossible. The thing existing in the space between the words, rather than in the words themselves. This is, I think, the quality of the night cargo.
The quality of existing between the categories.
Not fabric, and not metal, and not wood, and not glass, but something in the spaces between all of them. The spaces that the daylight economy does not trade in. The spaces where the night economy operates. The commerce of the unnamed. The exchange of the uncategorizable. The trade in things that do not have names, because the naming would require a vocabulary that the daylight has not yet developed. Giorgio sealed the journal in the hull, because the journal contained the record of a commerce that the daylight could not accommodate. The night ports, and the night cargo, and the night route. The second life of the ship that existed alongside the first. The ship sailing 2 routes, the way a person lives 2 lives. The public life and the private life. The life that the world sees, and the life that the world does not. The private life being not less real, but differently real. Real in the spaces between the categories. Real in the hours between midnight and dawn. Real in the hold, where the crates of pale wood with copper nails sit stacked and full of something that no word can hold. I went to the hold. The cargo we had loaded at the night port was there. The crates of the pale wood with the copper nails stacked in the forward hold. Real, solid, heavy, taking up space that the daytime cargo had occupied, and that was now occupied by something else. I opened one crate, carefully, prying the lid with a marlin spike. Inside, wrapped in cloth of a weave I did not recognize, was a material I cannot describe except by saying what it was not. It was not fabric. It was not metal. It was not wood. It was not glass. It had qualities of all of these and qualities of none of them. It was smooth to the touch. It was warm the way the copper nails were warm. It was the color of nothing I have a name for, a color between gold and gray that changed depending on the angle of the light, the material seeming to absorb some frequencies and reflect others, the surface having a quality of depth, as though the color went down into the material rather than sitting on its surface. The unnamed things. I want to dwell on the unnamed things in the hold, because the unnamed things are the cargo of the night commerce, and the cargo is the physical evidence, and the evidence resists description, and the resistance is itself a description. Giorgio opened one crate, he found something he could not name. He describes it by negation. Not fabric, not metal, not wood, not glass. He describes it by quality. Smooth, warm, color between gold and grey, surface with depth. He does not describe it by category, because the thing does not have a category. The thing existing in the space between the categories. The space that the daylight economy does not trade in. I think about what fills the hold of a ship that sails between night ports. Not wine, not cork, not the ordinary cargo of the ordinary Mediterranean trade. Something else. Something that the night ports produce and that the night commerce distributes, and that the ships carry in their holds alongside the daylight cargo. The two cargoes coexisting in the same dark space. The wine in its barrels, and the unnamed things in their pale wood crates with copper nails. The unnamed things have qualities. They are smooth. They are warm. They change color with the angle of the light. Their surfaces have depth. These are quantities, not categories. The qualities tell you what the thing feels like without telling you what the thing is. The description is sensory rather than taxonomic. The description of a hand that has touched the thing, and an eye that has seen the thing, and a mind that has tried to place the thing in a category and has failed, and has reported the failure honestly. The failure is the point. The unnamed things resist naming because the unnamed things are from the night commerce, and the night commerce operates in a register that the daylight vocabulary does not reach. The daylight vocabulary names things by category. This is fabric, this is metal, this is wood, this is glass. The night vocabulary, if there is a night vocabulary, names things by quality. This is smooth, this is warm, this is deep. The qualities are not less real than the categories. The qualities are more real, in a sense, because the qualities are what the hand and the eye actually experience. The categories being the labels the mind applies after the experiencing. The labels being useful for commerce and classification, but being always one step removed from the thing itself. Georgia's description is one step closer to the thing than any category would be. Giorgio tells us what the thing felt like. Smooth, warm, gold grey, deep. The description does not tell us what the thing is, because the thing does not fit into any category the daylight has produced. The description tells us what the thing is like, and the likeness, the quality, the sensory experience is the closest we can get to the thing without holding it ourselves, which we cannot do because the crate was closed, and the hold was dark, and the ship was broken in 1907, and the unnamed things went wherever unnamed things go, when the ship that carried them returns to its components. But the description survives. Smooth, warm, gold grey, deep. 4 words. The cargo of the night commerce described in 4 words. The 4 words being the limit of what language can do with a thing that language was not built to hold. The 4 words being the oilskin around the unnamed, the wrapping that keeps the unnamed from disappearing entirely, the description being the keeping being 4 words, the 4 words being enough. I closed the crate. I did not show it to the crew. I did not mention it to the captain. The captain, I had come to understand by this point, knew. The captain knew about the night ports and the night cargo, and the ship's second route, and the captain had chosen not to record it in the official log, and the choosing was itself a form of hiding, a form of placing something under the floorboard of the record, the official log being the floorboard, and the silence being the space beneath it. I want to describe the night route, because the night route is the parallel to the day route, and the parallelism is the structure of Giorgio's entire account. The day route: Genoa, Marseille,
Barcelona, sometimes Tangier, sometimes Lisbon. The clockwise circuit of the Western Mediterranean, the route that the agents assign and the captain charts and the market determines. The route being a commercial decision, the ports being chosen for their cargo rather than for any quality of the ports themselves. The ship going where the money is, the money being the logic being the route. The night route. Unknown. The ports are not on any chart. The ports appear and disappear. The ports exist in the hours between midnight and dawn, and do not exist in the hours between dawn and midnight. The night route is not a commercial decision, because the commerce of the night route operates in a currency that Giorgio cannot identify, and in goods that Giorgio cannot name. The night route is not charted, because the night route cannot be charted. The ports having no fixed positions, the positions changing from voyage to voyage. The route being determined not by the agents or the captain or the market, but by the ship itself. The ship knowing where to go. The helm turning on its own. The sails adjusting themselves. The rigging reconfiguring without a hand on any line. 2 routes, 2 sets of ports, 2 cargoes, 2 logbooks. The official and the secret. The daylight and the nighttime. The known and the unknown. The parallelism is perfect, each element of the day route having its counterpart in the night route. The 2 routes running simultaneously through the same body of water, the same ship serving both. The ship being the bridge between the 2, the point where the day commerce and the night commerce meet. The hold containing both cargoes, the daylight wine and the nighttime unnamed things. The 2 existing side by side in the same darkness of the hold. Giorgio's journal is the record of the night route. The official log, the captain's log, records the day route. Between them, the 2 logs describe the full life of the Aurelia, the public life and the private life, the visible and the invisible, the named and the unnamed. The ship, like everything in tonight's files, has a hidden half, a half that is concealed behind the visible half, a half that emerges in the dark hours, and that conducts its own business in its own currency, and that returns to hiding when the daylight comes. The journal was sealed in the hull because the hull is the ship itself, the physical body of the vessel, the planking and the ribs and the keel that make the ship a ship. And the hiding of the journal in the hull is the hiding of the ship's secret life inside the ship's physical life, the story inside the body, the way a heart is inside a chest, the hidden thing being the most vital part of the structure it is hidden in.
The night ports came at irregular intervals. Not every voyage, not on every passage. Perhaps 1 voyage in 3, perhaps 1 in 4. The ship choosing its nights, the helm moving of its own, the course changing, the harbour appearing. Each harbour was different. Different quays, different buildings, different longshoremen. But each was recognizably a harbour, a working port, a place of commerce, and the commerce was always the same. Unload the day's cargo, load the night's, depart before dawn. The exchange happening in the hours when the official world is asleep. The ship conducting its own business alongside the business the captain and the agents and the market have assigned to it. The 2 logs. I want to dwell on the 2 logs, because the 2 logs are the structure of Giorgio's account, and the structure is also the theme being doubleness, the theme being the hidden half, the theme being the thing that runs beneath the visible thing, and that is as real as the visible thing, and that the visible thing cannot survive without. A ship's log is a legal document. The log records the ship's position, course, speed, weather, and any significant events, and the log is admissible in court, and the log is the basis on which insurance claims are made and disputes are settled, and the question of what happened is answered. The log is the ship's official truth. Giorgio's second log
is the ship's unofficial truth. The positions that do not appear on any chart, the courses that no captain charted, the harbors that exist between midnight and dawn and that dissolve in the morning. The cargo that is loaded in the dark and that has no name in any language and that sits in the hold alongside the daylight cargo, the two cargoes coexisting in the same space, the wine and the unnamed things, the known and the unknown, side by side in the belly of the ship. The captain knew. Giorgio says this plainly. The captain knew and chose not to record. The captain's silence is itself a form of the hidden half. The captain's log being complete in what it records and incomplete in what it omits. The omission being deliberate. The captain understanding that the official truth and the full truth are not the same truth, and that the difference between them is the space in which the night commerce operates. Every institution has this space. Every official record has its omission. Every captain's log has its Giorgio's log. The daylight truth and the nighttime truth, running parallel, each one real, each one complete in its own way. The daylight truth being the truth of the forms and the filings and the legal requirements. The nighttime truth being the truth of the experience and the encounter and the impossible cargo in the hold. Giorgio sealed his log in the hull, because the hull is the boundary between the two truths. The hull being the thing that separates the inside from the outside, the dry from the wet, the known from the unknown. The log in the hull is the truth in the boundary, the truth that belongs neither to the daylight nor to the nighttime, but to the boundary itself, the place where the two truths meet, the planking through which the water presses on one side and the air presses on the other, and the equilibrium is the ship being the thing that holds both, the ship being the boundary made physical, the boundary that sails. I kept this journal for 2 years. I recorded 11 night ports. I recorded the cargo loaded at each. I did not open the crates again after the first time, because the opening had shown me something I was not equipped to name, and the not naming was a kind of honesty, the honesty of a man who knows the limits of his vocabulary and who does not pretend to describe what the vocabulary cannot hold. The hull. I want to describe the act of hiding the journal in the hull because the hiding is an act of craft, a sailor's craft, and the craft deserves to be rendered. Giorgio built a false panel. He cut a section of the inner planking, the ceiling planking that lines the inside of the hull, and he refitted it with hidden fastenings, the panel looking from the inside like any other section of planking, the grain continuous, the caulking consistent, the surface flush with the surrounding wood. Behind the panel, he created a cavity, approximately 18 inches deep and 4 feet long, the cavity occupying the space between the inner planking and the outer hull, the space that ordinarily holds nothing but the frames and the caulking, and the particular dampness that lives between the two skins of a wooden ship. He wrapped the journal in oilskin. He sealed the oilskin with wax. He placed the wrapped journal in the cavity. He replaced the panel. He fastened it with the hidden fastenings. He checked the surface. The panel was invisible. The cavity was invisible. The journal, inside the cavity, inside the oilskin, inside the wax, was as hidden as a thing can be hidden in a ship, which is very hidden indeed, because a ship is a complex structure with many spaces and many surfaces, and the spaces behind the surfaces are dark and inaccessible and do not invite examination. The journal sat in the hull for 23 years. 23 years of sailing, the ship continuing its routes, the day routes and perhaps the night routes, the hull holding the journal through every voyage, every storm, every port, every loading and unloading. The journal being carried by the ship the way the cargo was carried by the ship. The journal being, in a sense, the most important cargo the ship carried. The record of the ship's secret life,
the log of the night commerce, the evidence that the ship was more than what the official log described. The ship was broken in 1907. The breakers took her apart, plank by plank, rib by rib. The ship returning to her components, the wood that had been a ship becoming wood again, the iron that had been fittings becoming iron again. The ship ceasing to be a ship in the way that a building ceases to be a building when the demolition crew takes it apart. The form dissolving back into the materials going their separate ways. And the shipwright found the panel that was slightly wider than the others, the panel that had hidden fastenings, the panel that concealed, in the space behind it, an oilskin package sealed with wax. The shipwright could have discarded it. The shipwright could have thrown it in the scrap pile with the other planking. But the shipwright paused, the way Garrison paused, the way all the finders in tonight's files paused at the moment of finding. The pause being the recognition being the beginning of the keeping. The shipwright kept the journal. His grandson kept the journal. The grandson sent the journal to me. The chain of keeping runs from Giorgio's hands in 1884 to the shipwright's hands in 1907 to the grandson's hands in whatever year the grandson decided the journal deserved an archive, and the archive received it, and the archive holds it, and the holding is the end of the hiding, and the beginning of the permanent keeping. I am sealing this journal in the ship, not in a cabin, not in a locker, in the hull itself, in a space I have prepared between the inner planking and the outer, a space that will hold the journal as long as the ship holds together, which will be as long as the ship sails, which will be as long as the ship is the ship. And after that, the breakers will find it, if the breakers are the kind of men who look at the spaces between the planks and wonder why one of them is wider than the others. The Aurelia sails 2 routes. The daylight route is on the charts. The night route is in this journal. Both are real. Both carry cargo. Both serve a commerce. The difference is that the daylight commerce is between the ports that the maps know about, and the night commerce is between the ports that the maps do not know about. And the not knowing is not an error on the maps, but a fact about the world. The fact being that the world has more ports than the maps show, and the more is hidden, and the hidden is real, and the real is in this journal, in the hull, in the ship, sailing. That is where Giorgio's journal ends. The journal was found by a shipwright in 1907, 23 years after the last entry. The Aurelia was broken at a yard in Genoa, the same port she had sailed from, the ship returning at the end of her life to the place she had begun, the circuit closing. The shipwright kept the journal for reasons he could not articulate, and that his grandson, who inherited it, could not articulate either. The keeping being the instinctive response of a man who finds a hidden thing and recognizes it as something that deserves to be kept, rather than discarded. The next file is in a safe. Not the kind of safe that holds money or documents of value in the ordinary sense. A heavy steel safe in the office of a surveying firm in Pennsylvania that went bankrupt in 2003. The safe being the last thing to be cleared out of the office. The safe requiring a locksmith because the combination had died with the firm's founder, a man named Kowalski, who had locked something inside it 50 years earlier and had never opened it again. The locksmith opened the safe. Inside was a single envelope, sealed, with a name on the outside, Frank Kowalski. And inside the envelope, a confession. I will read you Frank's confession now. I am writing this because the numbers will not let me rest, and because a man who has measured a piece of ground that breathes deserves to have his measurement on record, even if the record is a safe that will not be opened until after I am dead, which I am confident of because I am the only one with the combination, and I do not intend to share it. My name is Frank Kowalski. I am a licensed surveyor. I've been measuring land in this county for 27 years, and in those 27 years, I have measured approximately 4,000 parcels, residential and commercial and agricultural. And the measurements have been accurate, and the boundaries have been true, and the records have been filed with the county, and the records are the records, and the truth is the truth. With one exception. And the exception is the reason for this envelope. The parcel in question is Lot 117 in the Briarwood development, a residential subdivision on the east side of the county that was platted in 1951 for single-family homes. My firm was contracted to survey the lots, which is standard practice. The developer acquires the land, the surveyor measures and marks the individual lots. The lots are platted and recorded and sold and built on, the survey being the foundation of the ownership, the measurement being the thing that says, this is your land, these are your boundaries, the ground inside the boundaries is yours, and the ground outside is your neighbor's. Lot 117 is a corner lot, approximately rectangular, bounded on two sides by streets and on two sides by adjacent lots. The plat calls for a lot of 0.53 acres, which is approximately 23,000 square feet, a standard lot for the subdivision, large enough for a house and a yard and a driveway, and the particular arrangement of domestic space that a single-family home requires. I surveyed Lot 117 on a Tuesday in April of 1952. Standard survey, iron pins at the corners, transit readings for the angles, chain measurements for the distances. The work taking approximately 3 hours for a lot of this size. The measurements recorded in my field book and later calculated and plotted in the office. The calculated area came to 0.528 acres, which is within the normal tolerance for a platted lot. The difference between the platted area and the measured area being attributable to the normal imprecision of the platting process. I returned to the lot the following week to set the permanent monuments, the iron pins that will mark the corners for as long as the development exists. When I set up my transit to verify the corners, the readings were different. Not significantly different, not the kind of difference that a gross error would produce, a wrong angle, or a misread chain. Different by a small amount, the angles changed by a few seconds of arc, the distances changed by a few tenths of a foot. The changes were consistent. The lot was slightly larger than it had been the previous week. The calculated area came to 0.541 acres. I rechecked my instruments. I rechecked my field notes. I resurveyed the lot, taking new readings, new measurements, new calculations. The area came to 0.541 acres. The lot was larger. I attributed the discrepancy to an error in my original survey, and I recorded the corrected measurements, and I set the monuments, and I went home. And I did not think about it further. Until the next spring, when a neighbor dispute required a resurvey of the boundary between Lot 117 and the adjacent Lot 118. I set up on the property and measured, and the lot was 0.562 acres. It had grown. I will not take you through every measurement. I will tell you that I returned to the lot on my own time, at my own expense, with my own instruments, once a month for 12 months. And I measured the area each time, and the area changed each time. And the changes were not random. The lot was pulsing. The area increased in the spring and the autumn, and decreased in the summer and the winter. The minimum area recorded in January was 0.412 acres. The maximum area recorded in October was 0.689 acres. The difference between the minimum and the maximum was 0.277 acres, approximately 12,000 square feet, approximately 1/4 of the total lot area. The lot was changing its size by 1/4 of itself over the course of a year. I plotted the measurements against the calendar. I plotted them against the temperature. I plotted them against the rainfall. I plotted them against every environmental variable I could think of that might cause the ground to expand or contract. The thermal expansion of the soil, the moisture content, the frost cycle.
None of them accounted for the magnitude of the change. The land breathes. I want to stay with this because it is the sentence on which Frank's entire account rests, and because the sentence, if it is true, changes everything about the relationship between the measurer and the measured. A surveyor measures land. The land is, in the surveyor's understanding, a fixed thing.
The land does not move, does not change, does not have moods or seasons, or the particular quality of variability that living things have. The land is the thing you measure from, the reference, the baseline, the fixed point against which all other measurements are made. The land is what does not change, except that Lot 117 changes. The area of Lot 117 is not a single number, but a range. The range corresponding to the seasons and the moon, the land expanding in the spring and the autumn, and contracting in the summer and the winter. The expansion and contraction being not the result of any surface process, not the freezing and thawing of soil moisture, not the thermal expansion of the ground, not any of the known mechanisms by which land changes its surface area, but a deeper process, a process that involves the land itself, the ground as a body, the body breathing, the breathing being the response to the same gravitational forces that produce the tides in the ocean. The ocean breathes. Everyone knows this. The tide is the ocean's breathing, the rise and fall, the coming in and the going out, the lunar rhythm, the gravitational rhythm, the rhythm that has been running since the moon began to pull on the water and the water began to respond. The ocean breathes because the ocean is fluid, because fluids respond to gravitational forces, because the pulling of the moon distorts the shape of the ocean's surface, the way pulling on a rubber sheet distorts the shape of the sheet. Frank discovered that the land breathes too. The land, which is not fluid, which is solid, which does not, by any conventional understanding, respond to the moon's pull in any measurable way, breathes. Lot 117 expands and contracts with the same period as the tides, the same rhythm, the same lunar cycle. The land doing what the ocean does, responding to the pull distorting the shape of the surface, the distortion being too small to see, but not too small to measure, the measurement being Frank's gift and Frank's curse. The ability to detect the breathing being the thing that makes him unable to file his report. What area should he put on the plat? The question is not technical, it is philosophical. If the land breathes, if the area of a parcel is not a fixed quantity but a living variable, then the plat, which records a single area, is always wrong, is always a snapshot of a living thing taken at one moment and mistaken for the whole life. The plat says, this lot is 0.53 acres. The truth says, this lot is between 0.412 and 0.689 acres, depending on when you measure it, depending on where the moon is, depending on where the Earth is in its relationship to the moon. The truth being not a number, but a range, not a fact, but a rhythm, not a measurement, but a music. Frank could not put music on a plat. The plat requires a number. The number is a lie. Any number he chooses will be true on one day and false on the next. The truth of the lot is not a number. The moon. I want to give the moon its moment, because the moon is the force that makes the land breathe, and the force deserves to be acknowledged. The moon pulls on the earth. This is the simplest statement of the gravitational relationship between the two bodies. The statement that every physics textbook makes in the chapter on tides, the pulling being the cause and the tides being the effect. The ocean rising and falling in response to the pull, the way a child rises and falls on a swing in response to the push. The rhythm being lunar. The period being approximately 12 hours and 25 minutes, 2 high tides and 2 low tides in every 24 hours and 50 minutes. The rhythm being one of the most reliable rhythms in the physical world, more reliable than the weather, more reliable than the seasons.
almost as reliable as the rotation of the Earth itself. The ocean responds to this pull visibly. The ocean is fluid, and fluids respond to gravitational gradients, and the gradient produced by the moon's pull is sufficient to produce, in the ocean, the visible rise and fall that we call the tide. The rise being measurable in meters, the fall being measurable in meters. The measurement being the subject of Brendan's 50-year journal, and the subject of 1,000 years of tidal records before Brendan. Frank discovered that the land responds too, not visibly, not in meters, in fractions of an acre.
The response is too small to see, too small to feel, too small to affect any human activity except the most precise measurement, the surveyor's measurement, the measurement that detects differences of 1/10 of a foot, the measurement that has the sensitivity to notice what the foot and the eye cannot notice, which is that the ground is moving. The ground is rising and falling. The ground is breathing with the same rhythm as the ocean, the same lunar period. The ground doing what the water does, but doing it invisibly, secretly, in the small fractions that only a surveyor's instruments can detect. The land breathes. This is not a metaphor. This is a measurement. Frank's 12 months of data show the area of Lot 117 rising and falling with the moon. The maximum at the full moon in October, the minimum at the new moon in January. The range being approximately 1/4 of the lot's total area. The breathing being substantial. The breath being deep.
I think about what it means for the ground to breathe.
The ground that we walk on. The ground that we build on. The ground that we measure and plat and fence and own. The ground that we treat as the most fixed and stable element of our environment. The foundation of everything. The thing that does not move. This ground is breathing. This ground is responding to the moon. This ground is alive, in some sense. Alive in the sense that it has a rhythm, and the rhythm is lunar, and the rhythm is measurable, and the measurement is in Frank's field book, and the field book is in the archive, and the archive holds the proof that the ground is not what we thought it was. The ground is not fixed. The ground is fluid, at some scale, at the scale that the moon operates at, the scale of gravitational gradients that span the diameter of the Earth, the scale at which solid and fluid are not the absolute categories they appear to be at the human scale, the categories being approximate, the approximation being good enough for daily life, but not good enough for the surveyor's instruments, the instruments detecting what daily life does not detect. The breathing, the rising and falling, the lunar rhythm in the solid Earth. Frank locked this in a safe because the world was not ready for it. The world of surveying, the world of plats and deeds and boundary lines, the world that depends on the ground being fixed, was not ready to hear that the ground is not fixed, that the ground breathes, that the area of a lot depends on the phase of the moon, that the truth of the land is not a number, but a range. The safe held the truth for 50 years, the truth breathing inside it the way the lot breathed outside it. The paper and the land both doing the same thing, both being alive in a way that the world did not yet have the vocabulary to accommodate. He locked the truth in a safe. The truth is in the field book, in the 12 months of measurements, in the plot that shows the area rising and falling with the moon, the land breathing, the breath visible in the data being the proof that the land is alive in a way that the plat does not acknowledge and cannot accommodate. The safe was locked for 50 years. The truth breathed inside it, the way the lot breathed outside it. The paper holding the measurements that the world was not ready to receive. The measurements waiting for the finder. The finder arriving in 2003 when the firm went bankrupt and the locksmith cracked the combination and the envelope came out of the dark.
and into the light. And the light fell on the numbers. And the numbers said, "The land breathes." The land has been breathing all along. The breathing is the truth. And the truth, which was locked in a safe for 50 years, is in the archive now. In the open. Breathing. I plotted the measurements against the lunar cycle. The plot aligned. The lot reached its maximum area at the full moon in October, and its minimum area at the new moon in January. The lot was breathing in rhythm with the moon, the ground expanding and contracting with the same period as the tides. The land doing what the sea does, responding to the gravitational pull of the body that has been pulling on the Earth since the Earth was formed. Lot 117. I want to describe the lot itself, because the lot is the thing that breathes, and the breathing thing deserves to be known in its specifics. A corner lot in a residential subdivision on the east side of a county in Pennsylvania. This is an ordinary description of an ordinary piece of ground, the kind of lot that thousands of houses stand on in thousands of subdivisions across the United States. The lot being the basic unit of suburban land ownership, the rectangle of ground that the plat defines and the deed conveys, and the fence encloses and the lawn covers, and the house sits in the middle of. Lot 117 has a house on it. Frank does not describe the house because the house is not the subject of his confession, the subject being the ground under the house, the ground that the house sits on and that the family lives on and that the children play on and that the lawnmower crosses every Saturday, the ground that everyone who lives on it treats as the most fixed and stable element of their environment, the ground that does not move. Except that it does. The ground under the house on Lot 117 moves. The ground rises and falls with the moon. The ground expands in the spring and the autumn and contracts in the summer and the winter. The house rises and falls with the ground, the house being on the ground, the house doing what the ground does, the family rising and falling with the house, the family rising and falling with the moon, the rising and falling being too small to feel, too small to see, too small to affect any aspect of daily life except the surveyor's measurement, the measurement being the instrument that detects what the body cannot detect. The family on Lot 117 does not know their ground breathes. The family does not know that the area of their lot changes with the seasons, that their property is larger in October than in January, that the fence around their lot encloses a different amount of ground depending on the phase of the moon. The family lives on the breathing ground, and the breathing ground holds them, and the holding is as steady as any holding. The ground not lurching or shifting or producing any sensation that the body can register. The breathing being entirely beneath the threshold of human perception, entirely in the domain of the instruments. But the ground breathes. The measurement says so. Frank's 12 months of data say so. The transit and the chain say so. The instruments, which are extensions of the human senses into the range where the breathing is detectable, say, the ground is alive. The ground responds to the moon. The ground has a rhythm. The rhythm is the oldest rhythm. The rhythm that began when the moon first pulled on the earth. The rhythm that has been running for 4.5 billion years. The rhythm that the ocean enacts visibly in the tides, and that the land enacts invisibly in the breathing. The invisible breathing that Frank detected and measured and locked in a safe because the world was not ready. The world may still not be ready, but the measurement is in the archive, and the archive is ready, and the archive holds the breathing, and the breathing continues, and the moon pulls, and the ground responds, and Lot 117, with its house and its family and its lawn and its fence, breathes. The land breathes. This is my measurement. This is my data. This is the thing I have measured with calibrated instruments over 12 months. And the measurements are in my field book, and the field book is in this envelope, and the envelope is in the safe.
I have not filed the measurements with the county because the county requires a single area for a lot, and I cannot provide a single area because the lot does not have a single area. The lot has a range. The lot is between 0.412 and 0.689 acres, depending on the season and the moon, and the particular relationship between the ground and the gravitational forces acting on it. I want to describe the moment Frank realized he could not file his report, because the moment is the pivot of his account, and the pivot deserves its weight. A surveyor's report is a simple document. Lot number, area, boundary descriptions, corner monuments. The report is filed with the county recorder, and the report becomes the official record of the parcel, the record that the owner relies on and the neighbor respects, and the title company insures, and the tax assessor uses to calculate the property tax. The report is the truth of the lot, the truth expressed as a number, the number being the area being the thing that the owner owns, the thing that is his, the thing that the fence goes around. Frank could not produce the number. The lot did not have a number. The lot had a range. The range was between 0.412 and 0.689 acres, depending on the moon. And the depending was the problem, because the plat requires a single value, and the lot insists on a range. And a range cannot be filed. A range cannot be insured. A range cannot be taxed. A range is not a thing that the system of land ownership, which has been operating on the assumption of fixed areas since the invention of surveying, can accommodate. Frank sat at his desk with his field book and his calculator and his platforms, and he could not fill in the box. The box said area. The box wanted a number. The number that Frank could give it was true today and false tomorrow. True at the full moon and false at the new. True in October and false in January. Any number he wrote in the box would be a lie on the day he wrote it, or a lie on the day someone read it. The lie being not in the number, but in the assumption behind the box. The assumption that land has a fixed area. The assumption that the ground does not breathe. He wrote no number. He filed no report. He locked the field book in the safe, and he walked away from lot 117, and the lot continued to breathe. The area expanding and contracting with the moon, the ground rising and falling with the tides, the surface of the earth doing what the surface of the ocean does, responding to the pull of the body that has been pulling on it for 4.5 billion years. The response being too small for the eye and too large for the plat, and exactly the right size for the surveyor's instruments. The instruments being the tools that detected the breathing, the tools that showed Frank what the ground was doing, the tools that made the impossible visible and the visible unfillable. I want to describe the instruments because the instruments are the means by which Frank detected the breathing, and the means deserve their own moment. A surveyor's transit is a telescope mounted on a graduated horizontal circle and a graduated vertical circle, the circles being divided into degrees and minutes and seconds, the divisions being fine enough to measure angles with a precision of a few seconds of arc, which is a precision sufficient to distinguish between 2 points that are separated by a fraction of an inch at a distance of 100 feet. The transit is the surveyor's primary instrument, the tool that converts the three-dimensional landscape into the two-dimensional plan, the angular measurements being the data from which the plan is calculated. A surveyor's chain is a simpler instrument, a length of steel links of known total length, typically 66 feet, the links being connected by rings that allow the chain to flex and follow the contour of the ground. The chain being laid on the ground between 2 points, and the number of chain lengths between the points being the distance. The measurement being the most direct form of distance measurement. The chain physically spanning the gap that is being measured. Frank used both. He set his transit at the corners of lot 117
and he measured the angles. He laid his chain along the boundaries and he measured the distances. He calculated the area from the angles and the distances, using the trigonometric formulas that every surveyor learns. The formulas being the mathematics that converts the field measurements into the numbers that go on the plat. The numbers changed, not the instruments. The instruments were calibrated and verified, and recalibrated and re-verified, Frank being a careful man, a professional, a man who trusts his instruments because his instruments have been proven trustworthy over 27 years of use. The trust being earned rather than assumed. The instruments were accurate. The numbers they produced were accurate. And the numbers changed. The area of the lot being different each time he measured it. Different in a way that the instruments could not account for. The instruments saying, "We measured accurately. The numbers are right. The lot is this size today, and it was a different size last week." The instruments detected the breathing. This is the remarkable thing. The thing that makes Frank's account more than a curiosity. The instruments were sensitive enough to detect a change in the Earth's surface that no human sense could detect. The ground was rising and falling, expanding and contracting. The area of the lot changing by a quarter of itself over the course of a year, and the change was invisible, unfeelable, imperceptible to every human sense except the sense that the surveyor extends through his instruments, the sense of measurement, the sense that detects fractions of inches and fractions of degrees, and that produces, from those fractions, the knowledge that the ground is moving. The instruments are the heroes of Frank's account, not Frank himself, who is the keeper and the recorder and the man who locked the truth in the safe. The instruments, the transit and the chain, the tools that extended the human sense into the range where the breathing is detectable, the tools that bridged the gap between the human perception and the geological reality, the tools that said, "The ground is not fixed. The ground is alive. The ground breathes with the moon." Frank's instruments detected what the body cannot detect, and what the eye cannot see, and what the ear cannot hear. The earth breathing. And the detection was accurate, and the accuracy was the proof, and the proof is in the field book, and the field book is in the archive, and the archive holds the proof the way the earth holds its breath. Patiently, in rhythm, in the particular rhythm that has been running since the moon first pulled on the earth and the earth first responded. The safe held the breathing for 50 years. The lot breathed outside the safe. The field book breathed inside the safe. The two of them breathing together, the land and the record, the measured and the measurement, the ground and the numbers, breathing with the moon, in rhythm, in the particular rhythm that is the oldest rhythm on Earth after the rotation of the planet itself. When the safe was opened in 2003, the breathing was released into the archive. The breathing is here now, in the field book, on the shelf, available to anyone who wants to know that the ground is alive. The ground breathes. The breathing is measured. The measurement is in the archive, and the archive holds it, the way the archive holds all the breathing things, the gardens and the factories and the libraries and the frequencies and the ships and the lots and the rooms and the routes. All of them breathing, all of them alive, all of them hidden until the finding releasing the breathing into the air of the archive, the air holding it, the holding being the keeping being enough. I do not know what to put on the plate. The rhythm. I want to describe the rhythm, because the rhythm is the thing Frank discovered, and the discovery is musical, and the music deserves to be heard. 0.412 acres in January, 0.468 in March, 0.553 in May, 0.621 in July, 0.689 in October, 0.634 in November, 0.512 in December. The numbers rise and fall. The rising and falling has a period of approximately 1 year, the maximum in October, the minimum in January. The amplitude being approximately 0.277 acres, the rhythm being sinusoidal, the curve being smooth, the smooth curve being the shape of breathing, the inhalation and the exhalation, the expansion and the contraction. The curve correlates with the lunar cycle, not the daily cycle, not the 12-hour and 25-minute cycle that produces the ocean tides, the monthly cycle, the synodic cycle, the 29.5-day period that takes the moon from new to full and back to new, the period that has been the basis of calendars and menstrual cycles and planting schedules for as long as humans have been tracking the moon. The oldest rhythm in human awareness. The lot breathes with this rhythm. The lot expands at the full moon and contracts at the new moon, the expansion and contraction being modulated by the seasons, the amplitude being greatest in the autumn and smallest in the summer, the seasonal modulation producing the annual curve. The annual curve being the composite of 12 monthly breaths, each breath a cycle of expansion and contraction, each cycle driven by the moon. Frank plotted this. Frank, sitting at his desk with his field book and his calculator and his platforms that he could not fill in, plotted the data and saw the curve. And the curve was beautiful.
The curve was the thing that the numbers had been hiding. The numbers being individual points that did not make sense individually, but that made perfect sense when plotted. The plot revealing the curve revealing the rhythm revealing the breathing revealing the life. The ground is alive. This is what the curve says. The ground is not dead matter. The ground is not inert. The ground responds to the gravitational forces that act on it. The ground rising and falling with the moon, the way the ocean rises and falls. The ground breathing. The breathing being the evidence of life. The life being not biological life, not the life of organisms and cells and DNA, but geological life. The life of matter under force. The life that matter has when matter is acted upon by the gravitational field of a body 240,000 miles away. The life that is the response to the pull being the relationship being the rhythm being the breathing. Frank saw this. Frank, a surveyor, a man of numbers and angles and chains, saw the breathing of the earth in the plot of his data, and the seeing was beautiful. And the beauty was a secret. And the secret was locked in a safe for 50 years. And the safe was opened, and the secret was released. And the breathing was heard. And the hearing is the archive, and the archive holds the rhythm, and the rhythm continues. Any number I choose will be true on the day I measure it, and false on the day I don't. The truth of the lot is not a number. The truth of the lot is a range, a rhythm, a pulse. The lot breathes, the land breathes, and the breathing is beautiful, and the beauty is a secret, and the secret is in the safe. That is where Frank's confession ends. The next file is in a box on an attic, with a label that says, "Personal, do not open." The label was respected for 12 years, the box sitting on the attic shelf of a nursing home in County Kerry, Ireland, from the day the home closed until the day the building was cleared for demolition, and the men who were clearing the building found the box, and one of them opened it despite the label, because the building was coming down and the label's authority had ended with the building's purpose. And inside the box was a school exercise book, the kind with a mottled cardboard cover, and inside the exercise book was a record kept by a night nurse over 13 years, a record of the last words of 53 people. Her name was Margaret Ann Sullivan. I will read you her ledger now. I started writing them down because someone should.
the last words. Not the medical last words, the vital signs and the medication times and the clinical notes that the chart requires. The real last words. The ones they say when they think no one is listening. In the last hour. In the dark. When the day staff have gone and the night shift is me and the corridor is quiet. And the only light is the light from the nurse's station. And the only sound is the sound of the building doing what buildings do at night. Settling. Breathing. Holding. My name is Margaret Ann Sullivan. I have worked the night shift at this home for 13 years. I am a nurse. My job is to care for people in the last period of their lives, which is sometimes months, and sometimes weeks, and sometimes days, and sometimes, in the particular arithmetic of dying, hours. The night shift is when most of them go. This is not a medical observation, it is an atmospheric one. The night is when the going happens, the dark providing something that the day does not, a privacy, a permission, the particular quality of quiet that allows a person to do the thing they have been not doing all day, which is leaving. I sit with them. This is not in the job description. The job description says monitor, medicate, document. The job description does not say sit with them in the dark and listen to what they say when the medication has done what it can and the monitoring has recorded what it can record and the documentation is up to date. And what remains is the person in the bed, the person who is leaving, the person who, in the last hour, in the dark, says things. They say things. Not all of them. Some go quietly, the going being a cessation rather than a departure, the vital signs declining to zero in the smooth curve that the monitors show, the person not saying anything because the person is past saying, the body shutting down its systems in the orderly sequence that the body follows when it is done, the organs going dark one by one, like the floors of a building closing for the night. But some of them talk. In the last hour, when the medication has softened the edges and the pain is managed and the body is doing what it is doing without requiring the person's attention, some of them talk. They talk to people who are not in the room. They talk to the air, or to the ceiling, or to something behind the ceiling that I cannot see. They describe things. They narrate. They give directions as though they are being taken somewhere and need to tell the driver where to turn. I started writing down what they said because the saying seemed important, and because the chart did not have a place for it, and because the not having a place did not make the saying less important. I wrote in this exercise book in the early morning hours, while the words were still in my ears, the exact words, as nearly as I could remember them, attributed to the person by their initials because the privacy of the dying deserves at least the protection of initials. Over 13 years, I wrote down the last words of 53 people. Not every person who died on my shift. The ones who talked. The ones who said things that I could hear and record and hold. 53 people. 53 sets of last words. Each one different. Each one specific to the person saying them. Each one arriving in the particular quality of the last hour. The quality I have come to know better than any other quality in the world. The quality of a room in which someone is leaving. I want to return to the patterns in the last words, because the patterns are what Margaret Ann noticed in the 8th year and that changed her understanding of what she was hearing. For 7 years, she wrote down the last words without looking for patterns. She wrote them because someone should, because the words were being spoken and the words deserved to be held, because the chart did not have a column for the real last words, and the real last words needed a column. She wrote without analyzing. She wrote the way a field researcher writes, recording the data as it comes, the recording being the primary act, the analysis being deferred, the recorder trusting that the data will reveal its pattern in time. In the 8th year, the pattern appeared, not because Margaret Ann went looking for it, because the data, accumulated over 7 years, had reached a density at which the pattern became visible on its own, the way a photograph develops in a darkroom, the image emerging from the chemicals, without the photographer doing anything except waiting. The waiting being the technique, the patience being the skill. The pattern was the room. The same room described by different people in different words at different times. The wooden floor, the pale walls, the small window, the bread, the chair, the person waiting. Margaret Ann went back through her exercise book. She read the entries from the beginning, from the first year, and she looked for the room in the earliest entries. And the room was there. Not as clearly, not as specifically, the earliest entries being shorter and less detailed because Margaret Ann's technique was less developed in the first year, her ear less attuned to the particular quality of the last hour's speech, her pen less quick to catch the words before the words dissolved. But the room was there. The first person whose last words she recorded, in the first month of the first year, mentioned warmth, mentioned light, mentioned someone waiting. The room had been there from the beginning. The room had been there in every set of last words she had recorded, in some form, in some fragment. The room being the thing that all the dying were describing. The room being the destination. The room being where they were going. And Margaret Ann had not seen it, because she had not accumulated enough data, enough descriptions, enough tiles for the mosaic. The mosaic requires many tiles. The room requires many descriptions. The pattern requires time. 13 years of time, 53 descriptions, 53 tiles. And the mosaic, when assembled, showing a room that is warm and lit, and that smells of bread, and that has a chair by the window, and a person in the chair, and the person known, and the person waiting, and the waiting being patient, the patience being love. The pattern is the proof. The accumulation is the method. The time is the instrument. And Margaret Ann, sitting at the nurse's station at 3 a.m, writing in her exercise book by the light of the desk lamp, was doing science in her way. The science of the last words. The science of the destination. The science of the room that 53 independent observers described, and that the independence of the observations confirms as real. In the 8th year, I noticed the pattern. Not in the words themselves, which were various, each person speaking in their own way about their own concerns. In the content. In what the words described. Because the words, I realized in the 8th year, were describing the same place. Not the same place in the sense of the same address or the same building. The same place in the sense of the same quality. The same light. The same temperature. The same smell. The same feeling. Each person described it differently, in their own vocabulary, with their own references, from their own experience. But the quality they were describing was consistent, the way the quality of a real place is consistent, regardless of who describes it. The way 10 people describing the same room will each describe it differently, but will all be describing the same room. The room they described was warm. Every one of the 53 mentioned warmth in one form or another. Not hot, not heated, not the warmth of a fire or a radiator. Warm the way a kitchen is warm when bread has been baking. The warmth diffused through the air. The warmth being not a temperature, but a quality. The quality of a space that has been made warm by a process that is itself warm. The baking of bread being a warm process. The flour and the water and the yeast and the heat combining to produce not just bread, but the warmth of bread, the smell of bread, the particular quality of a room in which bread has been made. They described the light. Low, amber, the light of a lamp rather than a bulb. The light that has a source you can see and that falls off with distance. The light that makes the near things bright and the far things dim, and that creates, in a room,
a gradient of visibility, the center bright and the edges dark. The light holding you in its warmth the way arms hold you. The light not illuminating the whole room, but illuminating you specifically. The light for you.
They described the smell. Bread. 41 of the 53 mentioned bread or baking, or the smell of a kitchen in the morning, or the smell of their mother's kitchen, or the smell of home. The word home being used in the way that Eloise used it, not as a synonym for house, but as a word for the place where the smell is right, where the air holds what the air should hold, where the breathing in produces not just oxygen, but the specific comfort that a specific smell provides. They described the sound. Quiet. Not silent. The quiet of a room in which someone is present. The particular quality of occupied quiet. The sound of someone being there without making noise. The sound of company that does not require conversation. The sound of the person who is already in the room when you arrive. The person who has been waiting for you. The person whose presence is the room's way of saying, you are expected. 53 people over 13 years, dying in different rooms in the same nursing home in County Kerry, described the same room. A warm room with low amber light and the smell of bread and the quiet of someone waiting. They described it in their own words, in their own way, some of them clearly, as though they could see it, and some of them uncertainly, as though they were approaching it from a distance and the details were emerging as they drew closer. But the room was the same room. The warmth was the same warmth. The bread was the same bread. The light was the same light. I want to describe the room one more time, because the room is the destination, the place the dying go, and the destination deserves its fullest description. Wooden floor, worn smooth. This is the detail that the most people mention. The floor being the first thing they seem to notice, or the first thing they could describe. The floor under their feet. The quality of the wood, which was worn smooth by years of use. The smoothness being the evidence of many feet over many years. The floor having been walked on for so long that the wood had been polished by the walking itself. The walking being the most basic form of attention. The feet attending to the floor, and the floor recording the attending in its surface. Pale walls, plaster or stone. The walls of the room are light-coloured. Not white exactly, but pale, the colour of old plaster or of stone that has been inside for a long time. Stone that receives light through a window and that holds the light in its surface, the way stone does. The light entering the material slightly, going a few molecules deep before being reflected back. The reflection having the warm quality that plaster and stone reflections have. The warmth being in the material rather than in the light. Small window, late afternoon light. The window is not large. The window lets in a specific light, the light of late afternoon, the golden light. The light that comes at the end of the day, when the sun is low and the angle is oblique, and the light has to travel through more atmosphere to reach the surface, and the traveling filters out the blue and leaves the gold. The gold being the color of the end of the day, the color that the world produces when the world is finishing what it started in the morning and is preparing for the rest of the evening. Bread on the table. Fresh bread, the crust still warm, the smell of it filling the room with a particular quality of warmth that baking produces. The warmth being not just thermal, but emotional. The smell of bread being one of the oldest and most universal signals of safety and of home. The signal that says, someone has been here. Someone has made this. The making was for you. The making is the caring. The caring is the bread. A chair by the window, occupied. Someone sitting in it. Someone waiting. Someone known to the person who is arriving. Someone they have been missing. Someone whose presence in the room is the room's reason for existing. The room having been prepared for the arrival
the bread baked for the arrival, the chair placed by the window for the waiting being patient, the patience being visible in the quality of the room, the quality saying, I have been here a long time. I have been waiting a long time. And the waiting was not a burden. The waiting was a form of love. 53 people described this room, independently, over 13 years, in the last hour of their lives. Each one describing it differently, each one using their own vocabulary, their own references, their own experience. But the room was the same room. The wooden floor worn smooth by many feet, the pale walls, the small window with the late afternoon light, the bread on the table, the chair by the window, the person in the chair, waiting, known, loved, patient. Margaret Ann assembled the room from the descriptions the way a mosaic is assembled from tiles, each tile a fragment, each fragment insufficient on its own, the image emerging only from the accumulation, only from the setting of tile beside tile, fragment beside fragment, each one contributing a detail that the others do not have, the details adding up to a picture that is more complete than any single description, the mosaic being the collaboration of 53 voices, 53 last-hour voices, each one offering what they could see of the place they were going to. The room is real. I believe this, not because I have evidence, not because the descriptions prove it in any scientific sense, because 53 people described it, and the descriptions agree, and the agreeing is its own kind of proof, the proof that comes from convergence, from independent witnesses arriving at the same account, the convergence being stronger evidence than any single testimony, because the convergence rules out the individual explanations, the hallucination, the medication effect, the neurochemical cascade, each of these being possible for one person, but not for 53. Not for 53 people over 13 years who have never met and who describe, in the last hour of their lives, the same floor and the same walls and the same window and the same bread and the same chair and the same person waiting in the chair. The room is there. The bread is fresh. Someone is waiting. And the waiting is patient. And the patience is love. I assembled the room. In my exercise book, after the 53 entries, I wrote a description of the room as the 53 had collectively described it, the way a detective assembles a composite portrait from the descriptions of multiple witnesses, each witness contributing a detail, the composite being more complete than any single description. The room, as the 53 described it, has a wooden floor worn smooth. The walls are pale, plaster or stone, with a quality of age. The window is small, and the light through it is the light of late afternoon, the warm light, the golden light. The table has bread on it, fresh, the crust still warm. There is a chair by the window, and the chair is occupied by someone the dying person knows, someone they have been missing, someone who has been waiting in the room for them. And the waiting has been patient, and the patience is visible in the quality of the room itself, the room having been prepared, the bread having been baked, the light having been lit, the chair having been placed by the window, the whole arrangement saying, I knew you were coming. I've been getting ready. I want to say something about the experience of sitting with the dying, because Margaret Ann does this every night, and the doing is the practice, and the practice is what produces the account.
To sit with a dying person in the dark is a specific experience that most people have either never had or have had only once or twice, in the particular crisis of a specific death, a parent or a partner. The experience being so intense and so singular that it does not generalize, does not produce the kind of accumulated knowledge that Margaret Ann has, the knowledge that comes from sitting with 53 dying people over 13 years, each one different,
each one specific. The specificity being the thing that the practice produces, the accumulated understanding of the many versions of the same event. Each death is the same event. This is the thing that Margaret Ann's 13 years have taught her, and that she states without sentimentality. The same event being not the same experience. Each death being as individual as each life. Each person dying in their own way, with their own concerns, and their own last words, and their own particular quality of departure.
But the event, the leaving, the transition from the state of being alive to the state of not being alive, this is the same event, the same threshold, the same door. And Margaret Ann has stood at that door 53 times, and standing at it 53 times has given her a knowledge of the door that standing at it once or twice does not give. The door opens into a room. This is what the 53 have told her. Not all of them directly, not all of them clearly, some of them in fragments, and some of them in whispers, and some of them in the particular language that the dying produce in the last hour. The language that is not quite language, and not quite silence, but something between. The language of the threshold, the words coming from the place between the alive and the not alive. The words having the particular quality of information that comes from a border. The information being about both sides simultaneously. The room. The warm room. The bread room. The room with the wooden floor worn smooth, and the pale walls, and the small window with the late afternoon light. The room that 53 people described, independently, over 13 years. The room that Margaret Ann assembled from the descriptions, tile by tile, word by word. The mosaic becoming clearer with each addition. The room becoming more real with each description. The reality accumulating the way all reality accumulates, through the agreement of independent observers, through the convergence of separate accounts. The convergence being the closest thing to proof that the subjective world offers. Margaret Ann kept this record in a school exercise book and hid it in a box on an attic with a label that said, "Do not open." The hiding was the keeping. The label was the prayer. And the prayer was answered in the way that all the prayers in tonight's files have been answered. By the finding, by the right person at the right time, opening the box and reading the book, and holding the record and passing it along. The chain of keeping running from the dying to the nurse, to the book, to the box, to the attic, to the finder, to the archive, to the lamp, to the voice, to the air, to you. The room is there. The bread is fresh. Someone is waiting. And the waiting is patient. And the patience is love. I do not know where this room is. I do not know if it is a place, or a metaphor, or a shared hallucination produced by the particular neurochemistry of dying. The brain releasing its final chemistry, and the chemistry producing, in 53 different brains, the same image, the same warmth, the same bread, the same light. I do not know. What I know is that 53 people described it to me independently over 13 years in the last hour of their lives, when the thing they were saying was the truest thing they have left to say, and the truest thing they had left to say was, "There is a room. The room is warm. The bread is fresh. Someone is waiting. And the waiting is patient, and the patience is love. And the love has been baking bread and setting the table and placing the chair by the window. And the room is ready. And I am going there now. I want to return to the convergence, because the convergence is the proof, and the proof deserves its final statement. 53 people, 13 years, one room. The statistical improbability of 53 independent descriptions converging on the same room is a thing I have thought about in the archive on many nights, and the thinking has produced not a calculation, because I am not a statistician, but an intuition. which is that the convergence is too precise to be accounted for by any mechanism that does not involve the room being real. If the room were a hallucination, each person would hallucinate differently. The dying brain, releasing its chemistry, would produce in each person a different image, shaped by the person's individual experience, the rooms of their childhood, the houses they lived in, the particular quality of warmth and light that their individual memory associated with safety. The hallucinations would differ because the memories differ, each person having their own version of warm and their own version of light and their own version of the smell of bread. But the descriptions agree. The floor is wooden, worn smooth.
The walls are pale. The window is small. The light is late afternoon. The bread is fresh. The chair is by the window. The person in the chair is known to the arriving person.
These details are consistent across 53 accounts from 53 different people with 53 different histories and 53 different sets of memories and 53 different versions of what a warm room should look like. The consistency is the proof. Not scientific proof, not the kind of proof that a journal would publish, not the kind of proof that would survive peer review. The kind of proof that convergence provides. The proof that comes from independent observers arriving at the same account. The agreement being stronger than any single testimony, because the agreement rules out the individual explanation. The room is real. The room has a wooden floor worn smooth by many feet. The room has pale walls. The room has a small window with late afternoon light.
The room has bread on the table, fresh.
The room has a chair by the window, and in the chair, someone waiting, someone known, someone loved. 53 witnesses, 13 years, one room. The witnesses are dead. The testimony survives. The testimony is in a school exercise book in a box on an attic with a label that says, "Do not open." The label was the hiding. The opening was the finding. The finding brought the testimony to the archive. The archive holds it. The archive says, "This is what they said. This is the room they described. This is where they were going. The room is there. The bread is fresh. Someone is waiting." I'm putting this book in a box, and the box on the attic, and the label says, "Do not open." And the label is a prayer. The prayer being, "Let the right person find this at the right time." The right person being whoever needs to know that the room is there, and the right time being whenever that person is ready to hear it. That is where Margaret Ann's ledger ends. The room. I have thought about the room many times in the archive on quiet nights. I have tried to see it, to construct it from the descriptions, the wooden floor, the pale walls, the small window, the bread on the table, the chair by the window, the person in the chair. I have not seen it. I have smelled it once, or imagined I smelled it. The particular warmth of bread in the air of the archive on a night in December when the lamp was burning low and the files were open and the building was quiet. The last file tonight is the gentlest, as the last file always is. The file I save for the hour when the listener is deepest and the voice should be softest. It came from Poland, from a mountain village, from a man who carried the mail for 31 years to houses that existed only for him. His name was Jerzy Kowalczyk. His grandson recorded his words, and Jerzy begins. "I was a postman. I want that understood. Not a seer, not a mystic. A postman. I carried letters. Some of the letters went to houses that were on the map, and some went to houses that were not. And I delivered them all, because a postman delivers, and the delivering is the job. And the job does not ask the postman to decide which houses are real." I will read you Jerzy's words now. "I was a postman in the mountains for 31 years, from 1967 to 1998, and my route was the villages in the valley and the farms on the slopes above the valley. and the individual houses that were scattered through the forest between the farms. Houses that had been there since before the road, and that would be there after the road. Houses built by people who wanted to live where the trees were, and who did not mind that the trees were far from everything else.
My route was 22 kilometers, most of it uphill, and I walked it every day, 6 days a week, with a leather bag that weighed, at the start of the route, approximately 8 kilograms, and that weighed, at the end, approximately 2, the 6 kilograms being the weight of the mail I had delivered, the weight of other people's words, the weight of the news, and the bills, and the letters from sons in the city, and the packages from daughters abroad, and the official correspondence from the government, and the occasional love letter that I knew was a love letter by the handwriting, because love letters are written in a hand that is trying to be its best self, the letters rounder, the pressure more even, the care visible in the ink. I drew my own map. The post office had a map, the official map, printed, showing the roads and the villages and the farms, the houses marked with small squares, each square a delivery point, each delivery point a mailbox or a door where I left the mail.
The official map was adequate for the official route, but my route was longer than the official route, and my map was larger than the official map, because my route included houses that the official map did not show. The first house appeared in my 3rd year. It was on the slope above Kowalczyk Farm, which is my own family's farm, the name being a coincidence that was not a coincidence. The house appearing on the slope above the farm where my grandfather had grazed his sheep, and where my father had grazed his sheep, and where nobody grazed anything anymore, because the sheep were gone, and the slope was forest now, the trees having reclaimed what the sheep had kept open, the forest doing what the forest does when the people stop pushing it back. The house was wooden, small, old, the logs darkened by weather, the roof shingled in the mountain style, with wooden tiles split by hand, the chimney of stone. It had a door and 2 windows, and a garden at the side, and a mailbox at the gate. The mailbox being a tin box on a wooden post, painted green, the paint faded. The box the standard rural mailbox that the post office supplied to every house on a route. I had not seen the house before. I had walked this slope hundreds of times on the path to the upper pasture that my grandfather had used, and that I used as a shortcut on the long route, and the slope had been forest, only forest, the trees and the undergrowth and the path between them. And now there was a house with a mailbox, and in the mailbox was nothing, the box empty, waiting. I noted the house on my map. I added a small square on the slope above Kowalczyk Farm with the address I assigned it, which was Slope House, Upper Path, because the house had no official address and needed one if the mail was to find it. The mail found it. This is the thing I want to be clear about. I did not put mail in the box.
Mail appeared in my bag for the address I had assigned. The next morning, at the post office, when I loaded my bag from the sorting shelf, there were letters for Slope House, Upper Path. Letters in envelopes, proper letters with stamps and postmarks and return addresses in cities I recognized and cities I did not. Letters addressed to a name I did not know at an address I had invented the day before, an address that existed only on my map, in my handwriting, in pencil. I delivered the letters. I walked the route. I climbed the slope. I reached the house. I opened the mailbox. I put the letters inside. The mailbox was real. The letters were real. The delivering was real. And the house, when I looked at it in the morning light, was as real as any house on my route. Smoke from the chimney, the garden turned for spring, the windows reflecting the light with the particular quality of glass that has been looking at the same view for a long time. I never saw the residence.
The door did not open while I was there. The garden showed evidence of tending, but I never saw the tender. The chimney smoked, but I never smelled cooking. The house was occupied the way certain houses are occupied, by the evidence of occupation rather than by the visible presence of the occupant. Over 31 years, 14 houses appeared on my route that were not on the official map. 14 houses on slopes and in clearings,
and at the ends of paths that I had walked many times and that had not previously contained houses. Each one appeared fully formed, not under construction, not new, but old, weathered, established. The houses looking as though they had been there for generations and had simply not been noticed until I came along with my bag and my map and my willingness to deliver. I delivered to all of them. The mail appeared in my bag each morning. Letters for addresses that existed only on my map. Letters that someone had sent from somewhere to someone at an address that I had invented. The circuit of the mail completing itself through my bag and my feet, and my willingness to walk the extra kilometers, and to climb the extra slopes, and to open the extra mailboxes, and to leave the letters inside them. The delivering being the job being the thing I was for, the thing that my 31 years were about. I want to describe the houses, because the houses are the most gently impossible things in tonight's collection, and the gentleness deserves its full rendering. 14 houses over 31 years, approximately one every 2 years, appearing on slopes and in clearings and at the ends of paths that Jersey had walked hundreds of times, appearing not as new constructions, not as buildings underway, but as established houses, old houses, houses that had been there for generations and that Jersey had somehow not noticed until the day he noticed them. Each house complete, each house occupied, each house having a mailbox at the gate, the mailbox being the sign, the signal, the invitation, the mailbox saying, "We are here, we receive mail, we are part of the route." The houses were old, wooden logs darkened by weather, roofs of hand-split shingles, the kind that no one makes anymore because the making requires a skill that has been lost or a patience that has been replaced by faster methods. Stone chimneys, the stones fitted without mortar, the fitting being its own skill, each stone chosen for its shape and its relationship to the stones around it. The chimney standing by gravity and by craft, the same principle that holds the dry stone walls of Vermont and the terrace walls of the Mediterranean, and every other structure that stands by the intelligence of its assembly rather than by the adhesive of its mortar. The gardens at the sides of the houses showed the kind of tending that takes years, the perennials established, the soil dark with decades of composting, the paths between the beds worn by the feet of the person who tended them, the paths being the evidence of the tending, the way the worn floor of Margaret Ann's room was the evidence of the walking. The gardens were real gardens, producing real vegetables, the kind of garden that a person who lives in the mountains tends for sustenance rather than decoration, the garden being the kitchen rather than the parlor.
Jerzy delivered to these houses for 31 years. He walked the extra kilometers. He climbed the extra slopes. He opened the extra mailboxes and put the extra letters inside them. The letters that appeared in his bag each morning. Letters addressed to people at addresses that existed only on his map. Letters from cities and towns and other countries. Letters with stamps and postmarks, and the particular weight of correspondence. Each letter being a communication between someone somewhere and someone at one of Jerzy's impossible houses. The communication being real, the stamps being real, the postmarks being real. The only impossible thing being the address, and the address being possible on Jerzy's map, and Jerzy's map being the only map that mattered. Because Jerzy's map was the map that included the houses, and the houses needed a map that included them, and Jerzy's map was the map that did. After Jerzy retired, the houses disappeared. His successor walked the route, and the slopes were forest, and the clearings were empty, and the paths led to nothing. The 14 houses were gone, the mailboxes were gone, the gardens were gone, the chimneys were gone. The whole domestic world that Jerzy had been delivering to for 31 years was gone, as though the houses had existed only for the postman who was willing to deliver to them, the houses being visible only to the man who was willing to see them, the visibility being not a supernatural gift, but a professional commitment,
The commitment of a postman who delivers to every address on his route without questioning which addresses are real and which are not. Because a postman does not decide which houses are real. A postman delivers. The houses needed a postman. The houses needed someone who would walk the extra kilometers and climb the extra slopes and open the extra mailboxes and put the extra letters inside.
The houses needed someone whose willingness was unconditional, whose professional commitment extended past the edges of the official map into the territory of the unofficial, the territory where the houses stood on their slopes, in their clearings, with their gardens and their chimneys and their mailboxes and their need for mail. Jersey was that postman. For 31 years he was that postman. And when he stopped being that postman, the houses stopped needing a postman. And the stopping was the disappearing. The houses returning to wherever houses go when the person who sees them stops looking. Which is not nowhere, which is not nothing, which is simply the other side of the looking, the side that is not visible, the side that waits for the next postman who is willing to walk the extra kilometers. After I retired, I gave the map to my successor. He walked the route. He did not find the houses. He walked the slopes and the clearings and the paths, and the slopes were forest, and the clearings were empty, and the paths led to nothing, and the 14 houses were not there, and the mailboxes were not there, and the letters for those addresses did not appear in his bag. 14 houses. I want to count them out because the counting is Jersey's practice, and the practice deserves to be honored in its own form. House 1. The slope above Kovalchik Farm. Wooden, small, old. Appeared in the 3rd year. The 1st. House 2. A clearing in the birch forest above the river road. Slightly larger than the 1st. A well in the garden. Appeared in the 5th year. House 3. The end of the path that runs along the ridge behind the church. Stone foundation, wooden upper floor. The combination that mountain houses use when the ground is rocky and the weather is cold. Appeared in the 7th year. House 4. A meadow at the edge of the state forest. A place Jersey had crossed many times on the shortcut to the upper villages. A house with blue shutters. Appeared in the 8th year. Houses 5 and 6. Appearing in the same week in the 9th year, on opposite sides of the valley, as though the valley had decided to balance itself. One house on the south slope and one on the north. Both visible from the post office if you knew where to look. Both invisible if you did not. House 7. Deep in the forest, at the end of a path that Jersey had never seen before the house appeared. The path and the house arriving together, as though the house had brought its own access, the path being part of the house's infrastructure, the way a driveway is part of a house's infrastructure. The house providing not just itself, but the way to reach it. Houses 8 through 12. Appearing over the following 10 years at irregular intervals, each one in a location Jersey knew well, each one impossible, and each one ordinary. Each one having the mailbox and the garden and the chimney smoke. Each one receiving mail from Jersey's bag. The mail appearing each morning as though the postal system had always known about these addresses, as though the addresses had always been real. House 13. The last year before Jersey retired. A house on the pass, at the highest point of his route. A place where the wind blows hard and the view extends in every direction, and where no one would build a house because the exposure is total, and the weather at that altitude is the weather of survival rather than the weather of comfort. And yet, a house. Stone, low, built into the hillside the way mountain houses are built, when the builder understands that the wind is the enemy and the hill is the ally. A mailbox at the gate. Letters in the bag. House 14. The last house. Appearing in Jersey's final month of service, as though the route had been saving its last edition for the end, one more house, one more mailbox, one more set of letters. The route computing itself, the map filling its last empty space, the postman's work approaching its final delivery. 14 houses over 31 years.
14 mailboxes, 14 gardens, 14 chimneys. 14 sets of letters appearing in the bag each morning, addressed to people at addresses that existed only on Jersey's map. The letters being real, the stamps being real, the postmarks being real. The only unreal thing being the addresses, and the addresses being real on Jersey's map, and Jersey's map being the only map that mattered, because Jersey's map was the map of the route, and the route was the reality, and the reality included 14 houses that no one else could see. After Jersey retired, the houses disappeared. His successor walked the route and found nothing. 14 empty slopes, 14 empty clearings, 14 paths leading to nothing. The houses had gone with the postman, the houses existing only in the relationship between the route and the man who walked it. The relationship being the reality being dependent not on the houses themselves, but on the willingness of the person walking the route to see them, and to deliver to them, and to include them in the map. The willingness is the key, the willingness to walk the extra kilometers, the willingness to climb the extra slopes, the willingness to add the extra squares to the map, the willingness to deliver to addresses that the official system does not recognize. The willingness, which is not a supernatural ability, but a professional commitment. The commitment of a man who has spent 31 years delivering the mail, and who delivers to every address on his route without questioning which addresses are real, because a postman does not question. A postman delivers.
Jersey delivered. 31 years, 14 houses.
The delivering was the seeing, and the seeing was the delivering, and the two were the same thing, the same act, the same willingness, the same commitment to the route being the reality being the mail being the connection being the thing that made the houses real. The houses were mine, the route was mine, the delivering was mine, and the mineness was not a quality of ownership, but a quality of relationship. The houses existing for the postman who delivered to them, and not for the postman who did not. The houses being visible to the man who was willing to see them, and invisible to the man who was not. The willingness being not a special ability, but a simple one. The willingness to walk the extra kilometers, to climb the extra slopes, to add the extra squares to the map, to deliver. The mail. I want to talk about the mail, because the mail is the most ordinary thing in Jersey's account, and the ordinariness is the extraordinariness. Mail appears in Jersey's bag for addresses that exist only on his map. This fact, stated plainly, is impossible. The mail system works by addresses. A letter is addressed to a person at a location, and the location is a real place that the postal system can find, and the finding is the delivery. The postal system does not deliver to addresses that do not exist. The postal system does not produce letters for imaginary locations. The postal system is the most literal, the most concrete, the most reality-dependent of all human institutions. The institution that depends more than any other on the physical existence of the places it serves. And yet the mail appeared. Letters in envelopes with stamps and postmarks, addressed to names at addresses that Jersey had invented, at locations that no other map showed, at houses that no other person could see. The letters appeared on the sorting shelf at the post office, mixed in with the ordinary mail, indistinguishable from the ordinary mail. The envelopes the same, the stamps the same, the postmarks the same. The handwriting on the addresses, the handwriting of real people in real cities, writing to people at addresses that existed only on a postman's hand-drawn map. The mail found its way. This is the deepest fact in Jersey's account. Deeper even than the invisible houses, because the houses are strange, but the mail is stranger. The mail requiring a chain of handling that begins at a post office somewhere in the world and ends at a mailbox on a slope in the Polish mountains that no one but Jersey can see. The chain requires sorters and carriers and trucks and trains and the entire infrastructure of the postal system, each link in the chain handling the letter, reading the address,
sending it on to the next link, the address being the guide, the address leading the letter through the system to the mailbox on the slope, the mailbox that exists only for Jersey, the mailbox that his successor cannot find. The mail system accommodated the impossible addresses, the sorters sorted them, the carriers carried them, the trucks trucked them. The system did not reject the letters, did not return them to sender with a stamp that said, "Address unknown," did not discard them as undeliverable. The system delivered them, the way the system delivers all letters, to the address on the envelope, the address being the authority. The system following the address the way water follows gravity, without questioning, without judgment, without the particular human quality of skepticism that would say, "This address does not exist, therefore this letter cannot be delivered." The system delivered. Jersey delivered. The mail arrived at the mailboxes of the invisible houses, and the mailboxes received the mail, and the mail was collected, presumably, by the residents of the houses. The residents that Jersey never saw, but whose occupancy was evidenced by the smoke from the chimneys, and the tending of the gardens, and the emptying of the mailboxes. The evidence of life being present, even when the life itself was not visible. I think about the chain from the sender to Jersey's bag to the mailbox on the slope. The chain is the same chain as every other mail chain in the world. The ordinary chain of handling and sorting and carrying, the ordinary infrastructure of human communication. And the chain accommodated the extraordinary, without breaking, without faltering, without any link in the chain questioning the address or returning the letter. The ordinary system served the extraordinary purpose. The postal system, the most literal institution in the world, delivered to the most impossible addresses in the world. And the delivering was ordinary, and the ordinary was the miracle. This is the quality of all the hidden things in tonight's files. They are ordinary. The garden is a garden. The factory makes cloth. The library has books. The frequency broadcasts. The ship carries cargo. The land has an area. The dying describe a place. The postman delivers mail. Each one ordinary. Each one impossible. The ordinary and the impossible being the same thing, seen from different angles. The angle of the day showing the ordinary, and the angle of the night showing the impossible, and both angles being correct, and both showing the same thing. I want to describe one delivery, because the deliveries are Jersey's practice, and the practice deserves to be rendered in the specific. A Tuesday morning in October.
Jerzy loads his bag at the post office, the sorting shelf holding the day's mail, the letters and the packages and the official correspondence arranged by route order. The first delivery on top and the last on the bottom. The bag being packed in the reverse order of the delivery, the last in first and the first in last, so that